Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
It's time for the crossover featuring Matt Josh. I'm glad we've figured out how to turn off the sauna setting on the thing. I don't know why the heat turned on.
I heard you talking about that, and I cranked that thing in the hallway.
Yeah, you crazy.
I went outside and I was like, it's burning. Like I could feel the furnace working over.
Somebody was a little
overzealous with the
They
heat.
were a little concerned that the temperature was too low, and so they turned it on auto. And so once it hits a certain low point, it goes up, and we do not need it to go up.
It's a numbers game. It's a spreadsheet to them instead of vibes and how it feels.
I love vibes.
I want it to be cold all the time.
Same here.
I want it to be freezing. I want it to be 64.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
We've seen it before in radio. People are very, very liable to fall asleep, especially if they're too warm.
They are. People are liable to fall, especially former. Well, I'm more so talking about the first time I ever worked with John Yurkovich at ESPN. Just fell asleep during the show.
Was he hot?
No, he just fell. Well, it was the summer, but he just fell asleep.
Was it warm in the
up.
studio?
I don't remember.
Well,
I really don't remember. He had his turn. Oh no, you're on. I barely can hear you. Yeah, he just fell asleep.
How?
He just fell asleep. He closed his eyes.
You're not answering the question.
What do you mean?
During the break, he just closed his eyes.
No.
He was like, I'm going to take a nap.
No, Carmen was
During the
talking.
show, he's like, hey, I can just tune this out.
Yes.
He's like, he fell asleep.
He hates baseball, and they were talking about baseball.
So he just
on the White
closed
Sox.
his eyes
and he
took
went
a nap?
and he
Did
went
he
to
sleep
bed.
as a bit?
This is
I-
a professional.
Yes. Very highly
I'm a
heralded
big
radio
670
broadcast.
670
It's a
the
place to
score.
listen.
They're
Yeah.
actually 104.3 the score.
That would never happen on 104.3 the score. Never.
I
Ever.
have no opinion. I have no opinion on either station.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
How?
You're
Okay.
famous on the record for saying 104.3 the score
and
sucks.
for having a
And I'm a
I
big
never said
ESPN
that.
guy. I would
never
never
said
work
that.
at 670/1043 the score.
No, I never said that.
I
And
heard you
never
say
would
it.
say anything like that ever.
I hate all the people that run that
I
company.
did not say
Pretty
that.
sure he said he'd rather work in Pittsburgh than work at 670.
You guys
the
are
score.
so hyper focused on me working in Pittsburgh. Like it is
Not
a bit,
every
but
show.
also like something that you now want
I
manifested.
just think you would fit great
How do you know that?
because they put French fries on their sandwiches. You love gluttony.
I do love gluttony. I had
I bet you
incredible
ate to
food.
completion a lot.
Oh
over the
my
last
god,
week.
dude! I gained 6 pounds. Not a joke. Went there. I went to Chicago. I weighed 213 pounds. I weighed myself yesterday. I was 219. That happened. That
I think
occurred.
it fluctuates.
It was awesome.
It's just how it works.
It was. I had.
Probably just water.
I had
Yeah.
everything that you could ever imagine. I had Italian
You think
beefs.
Matt was
I had
drinking water?
pizzas. Yeah. That's a great point. I was not drinking water at any point. Found a bar that was $5 spritzes and $10 pizzas during happy hour. It was one of my favorite moments, maybe ever. It was incredible. I had a great time. I went to Wrigley 3 times.
Yeah.
We have a comment from
As
Stibbs in the
discussed.
chat.
Hi, Stibbs. Is he commenting on the Taylor Swift Travis Kelce wedding of
No.
which he loved?
He would never. I interviewed at 670. They passed. They clearly don't know talent.
Yeah, those guys are idiots.
No comment.
Says Matt McMaster.
I never said that. I'm not saying
Like on
anything.
air or off air?
I've never said any of that. I respect both those radio stations greatly.
That's funny. That's funny. All right. Well, we'll see. You know, maybe they'll call for a recommendation or something. I'll say, yeah, he hates you, but whatever.
You think I would put you?
He's good,
Wait,
though.
wait. You think I would put you as a contact if I were to?
Who would you put as a contact? Who would you
Great.
put as a reference?
I know who I wouldn't put as a contact for sure.
Who.
Oh, multiple, a lot of
Many people.
many people.
Mhm.
I would. Who would I put as my contact? I'd put Josh Otson as one
Whoa.
for sure.
Hello.
It is your
Bias.
boss.
I would put my professor Bill Dolman from
Bill
Nebraska.
Simmons.
Yeah, I should put like somebody random. And probably Josh Peterson. Josh would say nice things. I would never. Why would I put you?
You don't think I'd say nice things about you?
I don't know what you would say about me, which is why I wouldn't put you down as one of my recommendations.
Well, that's good because I'm a truth teller. I'm not going to lie to people. Okay.
They're not
And
gonna-
what I know about
I
you
would-
is you hate 670 the
I
score.
would probably put Mike before I put you.
Undoubtedly.
I would undoubtedly put Mike
I'm a
Schaefer
great
before I
reference.
put you. You're an incredible reference.
I'm like, do you want to know the good stuff or the bad stuff?
Mike Schaefer's been a P1 Matt McMaster guy dated for a couple of years now.
That's true.
Oh,
I didn't know who
Matt
you were.
Made multiple appearances on my podcast that I don't remember.
He never remembered it. He was like, did you come on my pod that one time? Or you said it's going to be your first appearance. And I go, I already was on this podcast.
And then I just didn't believe him.
I remember you being around like a little bit, but I don't think we'd ever met each other.
I
So,
met you at Memorial Stadium. And
don't remember
you,
that.
I'll never forget it. You were walking right up to me, and I went up to you. I go, hey,
Did you alpha me?
no, I did not alpha you. I go,
Alfred Connor?
I go, you're Connor Happer. He goes, and you were like, oh, yeah, I am. I go, heard a lot of great things about you. Just want to introduce myself, Matt McMaster. You're like, oh,
You
great to meet
hobnobbed me,
Yeah,
and I
I-
didn't even know it.
I attempted to, and you did not want to hobnob.
You
Well, I
didn't
don't-
Ren Baker the situation.
I don't really hobnob.
And you're like, oh, thanks, man. Really appreciate it. You have a good one. You walk right by me.
That's
The way you
normal.
started that, it seemed like Happer was going to forget that his name was Connor Happer and that he would like look down at his
You're
platform.
Connor.
Well, I do.
That's right.
Like
That's
now,
right, Matt.
knowing you the way that I know you, probably the worst way to introduce myself to you is just going, "Hey, you're Connor Happer.
I
You're
don't know.
great."
I don't know. It certainly gets my attention.
Well,
What?
yeah, that's what I was going for.
I'm now trying to think of
And
what
then you-
would be
you-
the funniest way for someone to have an introduction to Connor, but not know all of the other stuff that he does. They're like, oh, yeah, I know you from being the women's basketball PA guy.
Yeah, the financier.
There are weirdly a lot of people who are like, I know you from the podcast. And I was like, the podcast, the thing that I spend like 20 minutes on every day. This is
Locked
like
on guy.
this is like a chunk of my life. And
Locked on,
then the
Mr.
Creighton
Locked
stuff or
On.
whatever is like a chunk of my life. And they're like, yeah, you talk about, I've seen your podcast on the internet.
With the weirdest way being like, you're the guy from the recruiting hour.
That happened probably.
that probably did happen.
Mine would be like, you're the guy from the practice reports.
The practice reports.
I don't know that.
Or
We got to get some practice
people
reports going.
did.
yeah.
I would help produce.
You're the guy from the College World Series who sweats.
I did help produce Bears games. And so Jeff Joniak, before and after every game, would be like, and we want to thank our people back in the studios. And I would be, and he goes, our stat guy, Matt McMaster, or our highlight guy, Matt McMaster, call him the highlight coordinator.
Did anyone ever come
People
up to
did.
you?
One time, one guy did. I remember, he goes, I remember your name from the Bears
How did they
broadcast. Like,
know
I've heard,
who you were?
because they listened to, because I met them. I was like, oh, I'm Matt McMaster.
So you told them their name. You told them your name, and they were
It
like,
got-
"Oh, you're Matt McMaster."
It got brought
You
up
go
to
down your
them.
entire resume.
It got
like, oh, I
brought-
do remember you from there.
No, I don't.
Josh
You're
Otson,
like
the
Troy
network
McClure.
coordinating producer for Westwood One.
You
The
get it all
very
the
same.
credits. Yeah, that,
No, it's like Troy McClure
But-
from The Simpsons.
but it's
You
Josh
might
going
remember
up.
me
To,
from such things as
but it's Josh going up to someone and saying, "Hi, I'm Josh Hodson," and then they say, "Oh, Josh Hodson, the network coordinating producer from 1620 The Zone's
mean,
College World Series radio broadcast." And you'll say, "Why, yes. How did you know that?
The very same.
How did you know that?" Probably because he told him his name was Josh Hodson.
It got brought up to this person that I worked at ESPN. I then said my name, and then they then said, "Yeah. I've heard Joniak say your name on broadcast before," because that person was a big fan of listening to the radio call as opposed to the TV call.
Joniak, what a guy.
Do you know Jeff Joniak?
I love him.
Have you ever met him?
Yeah.
Have you ever listened to one
Well,
of
I
his
know.
calls?
I know one thing about Jeff Joniak.
like him, you love him.
I love him, and he likes his steak medium rare because he's a
Whoa.
man's man.
I don't think
That's
Jeff-
what I know about
don't-
Jeff.
I don't know if Jeff eats steak.
He loves steak.
Whoa.
Actually,
I know
I thought you
Thayer
were just
eats
going to leave
steak.
it as eat.
He's got 2 daughters. I know that.
I don't know that. I don't know anything.
Kelly
about
and
Joniak.
Caitlin.
both K's.
They're doing a thing.
You got to do a thing. Everybody does a thing these days.
I tried listening to the Cubs game on the radio, and Pat Hughes wasn't on. There was no Pat had the Padres series off apparently,
He takes
And
a
it
lot
was-
of series off.
and
these days.
it was some guy named Nick or whatever, or Zach. I was like, I don't want to listen to this guy. I was like, I turned it off.
What about Coombe?
Coombe does not vibe with anybody that isn't Pat. You've said it the best. You're like those old baseball players. They just they're creatures of habit. He loves. You get Coombe on with Pat, they're having a great time. You get Kumon with anybody else, he couldn't care less.
I would listen to Cubs broadcasts for occasionally, and the thing about Pat Hughes is that he always called Wilson Contreras Wilson Contreras, and I was like, why is he doing that? And then he never answered, and that was, I never like directly asked him, but he never explained why he said Wilson Contreras, like C-O-N-E, Contreras.
I like the idea of you going to a meet and greet with Pat Hughes.
Why do you do that?
Hey, I paid for this. I don't need a photo or anything. I just have this one question.
I think it's an old man thing where they like to say names wrong or maybe pronounce them specifically on purpose.
I mean, it's not like it was wrong.
Like sip with Ramir. And then my dad, okay, so
do you think he's doing that on purpose to be wrong?
Sipple is most certainly not.
I think that's just sip.
That's just putting the inflection
it's more so my dad, who we have a new car. He has a Ford Explorer now. And you can go, hey Siri, and play a song. Well, he said, hey, Sari, one time.
I was going to guess Sarah.
Sari. And she responded.
It is a very bad thing to call Siri Sarah.
And she responded, and we all got a chuckle out of it, right? Like, oh, that's funny. But now he just keeps, hey, Sari, hey, Sari. So he knows it's Siri. He knows. He can say it correctly.
That's
I would have guessed Sirianni.
But he loves going, Sari, and she responds every single time.
It does respond. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's like, that's his thing now. It's not Siri, it's Sari to him.
It's a great bit. There's just things that old people say.
He knows. He knew for years it was video games. He knew for years I had a PlayStation 3. He could have said, stop playing the PlayStation. But he always called it video. He's like, stop it with the video. You can't play video anymore. He would only ever say video, not video games,
computer,
Hank Hill Vidya.
Yeah,
Vidya game.
Stop playing video. You in the video. I'm like, it's and like he knew what it was.
On a PlayStation, Dad.
Exactly.
It's called an Xbox. You
He's
idiot.
like, I'm gonna.
No, it's video.
He goes, you got to see in Spanish. You're Spanish. I'm taking away the video.
That's awesome. That is, hey, I'll tell you what, if I was around, he would have got a rouse out of me. I would have been excited. Every time he said video, I'd be like, yes, keep going, Mike. Keep going.
Mike was kind of bummed that he wasn't on Wacky Guess Wednesday.
Well, he was gone. He went to go get groceries or something.
No, I know. No, he went to work.
He was supposed to be on, but then he left.
Yeah. He was bummed he couldn't do it.
Do you think this will cheer him up?
No way. Is this wait, you're giving this to me?
I thought we were trading hats today, but only one of us showed up with hats. So.
I've got hats. This is
what is the other? I see the ends.
You want to show the people?
Would you like to explain it?
My thought was when someone sent this to me. They were at a garage sale, and they're like,
"That is the most
And
incredible."
I was like, "What does it cost?" And they told me, and I was like, "I will buy it."
Why does this exist?
It's like the Nebranoy kid.
I bought it, and I thought to myself, "There's two ways this can go. The hat either sits in the studio, and anytime Matt talks about Northwestern, he has to put the hat on as a rule. Or
good bit.
So
you give it to your dad, who would wear it in sheer just."
Well,
unbridled joy.
Maybe, or he wouldn't. But my dad is not a Nebraska fan.
No, but he has that blue Nebraska polo.
He does have that blue Nebraska polo.
His son went to
You wear it
Nebraska.
in the studio whenever you talk about Northwestern.
This is incredible.
Very quickly to explain to the radio and podcast audience what we're holding. It is
sure.
house divided hat with one side being purple and having the Northwestern logo, the other side red with the Nebraska logo.
This is innovation.
It says house divided
How
on
the
the
hell
back.
did anybody make this?
From the makers of half and half jerseys, half and half shirts, half and half, whatever it is. There's so many different things you've seen. I have never seen a half and half hat in my life, because in order to do it, you have to displace both of the logos.
Yep.
The logo is no longer on the center of the cap. It is on each side, one or the other.
And theoretically, you're a person who hates one of those schools, right? It's a house divided hat.
Right.
This is awesome. This is
So you're
sick.
keeping that.
Oh
He's
God, this is mine.
He's keeping.
This is mine forever.
I think the rule is if you talk about Northwestern on the air, you have to wear the hat.
there has never been a hat that's encapsulated
Additionally,
me more.
if you ever attend a game in a non-press function between these two teams, you have to wear the hat.
It's
2027, the
it's-
new Ryan Field.
Does Northwestern play at Pinnacle Bank Arena this year? I should wear this hat to that game.
I think Nebraska gets them for 2 games, so I think they play both there. And
This is awesome.
Here.
This is awesome. My dad's record prediction on the Huskers. Get some numbers on Twitter, so I thanked him for that.
What did you predict?
4-8.
Ooh,
Yeah.
he's doing it for clicks.
It's incredible because he watches every single Nebraska game, but he does not it doesn't affect his mood whatsoever. If they win, he doesn't
so
care.
he's a normal.
If they lose, he doesn't care. But he watches the game just so he can make conversation with his son. So he's watched every single Nebraska football game in depth too. He doesn't know how to do it anywhere else, or any way else. And
What you're saying is
so out. on
we
it.
should completely trust his prediction.
I mean, I'm not saying we should completely.
There's
trust
no
his
emotion
prediction.
whatsoever.
There is zero
Who's the
emotion.
Nebraska Claypool for him?
Well, he did not like Dylan. He was out on Dylan.
Good take.
So
That
Dylan
aged
was a
well.
Claypool.
From the
You
get
should make this an award thing at the end of the year. He gives you his Claypool.
his
Claypool
Claypool
of
of
the
the
year.
year. I did write. I was
He could be a
writing.
play. He could have a Claypool executive.
I
He
was
could have a Claypool coach.
I was writing down ideas, in terms of, hey, here's some new ideas that we can do, for the summer. And one of them was the Dundies for the Chunkies. The Dundies were like the Oscars, but it was like a spoof bit. Is there a way that I could do the Dundies but for the Chunkies?
But you
Could I
lost
do
the
a
chunk.
spoof of the Chunkies?
Oh, I mean, sure, yeah.
You
Missed Bit Week though, so
I did miss Bit Week and Topic Alert Day,
Mm.
which is very upsetting.
You
Not really.
know that
I had
you
a-
could do that for literally any day.
It wasn't upsetting. I
Your
had a
show
great
could just
vacation.
be Topic Alert Day.
My show just kind of turns into Topic Alert Day, if we're being honest. from
It's
time
really
to
hard
time.
to take
if
any
I
level
wanted-
of anything you say seriously in that hat.
Thank you.
Which makes it perfect.
Thank you.
Any show I want becomes Topic Alert Day because I can get them off track.
Which
you definitely can.
I wanna ask something since Josh has weighed in here. Have you been watching more movies or just getting caught up on reviews? Because I noticed a lot more review tweets.
Watched a good deal of movies this weekend.
Okay.
I watched Disclosure Day. I went to a Steven Spielberg movie. It
Wow.
might have been my first Spielberg movie I've seen in theaters.
That's
don't-
disgusting, but
I don't think
Give
I've
me some more
ever.
Spielberg movies.
Jurassic Park.
Never. Well,
Schindler's List.
I've seen it twice.
You
It's
got any
called-
jokes about that one?
I've never seen that movie.
E.T.
Saving
no.
Private Ryan.
I have seen E.T. I have seen Saving Private Ryan.
Did you see him in theaters?
I did. I saw probably E.T. No, E.T. was late 80s, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen you wouldn't have seen that. In
No, I
theaters.
had it on VHS.
Han Ratty.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I didn't see it in theaters, though.
Could have been an email, this movie.
Most movies are like that now.
Could have been an email.
Most movies suck.
That
Sure.
movie
Yeah.
did not
Yeah.
need to be that long. I
Did you
mean,
go to
there was-
Disclosure Day.
there was this one character. What's his name? Josh. He plays the new Captain America. He's the most standard looking white guy ever.
Captain America not white anymore. I don't know if you've heard
No,
of this. I don't know
but
if you're
he
up to
plays
date on
Chris
things.
Evans?
No, he plays
Racist
he was
Matt strikes
he was
again.
in New Avengers. And he was the guy who took the shield in the new Captain America.
The fake Cap.
The fake Captain America.
Oh, Bucky.
no.
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 You're actually helping when you say that.
You are. But it's not Sebastian Stan.
Wyatt Russell.
Wyatt Russell. All right.
That's Kirk.
That guy was in the movie
I don't know.
for
that guy.
40 minutes, and I think Spielberg got bored of his character and was just like, this thing sucks, and he just wrote him off, and he wasn't in the movie for the last 2 hours. I mean, it was just, that movie was fine. My dad loved it. It could have been an email. I
would like people to, instead of making a movie, here I have a mass email for
Yeah.
all of you.
Hey,
This is what it
this
would
is
have been.
the new newsletter.
yeah. Here's a
Just send
newsletter.
out screenplays.
Just imagine it. And if you really like it, then we can make it into a movie. I was just like, whatever.
Well, maybe it finds in the the email list. Maybe it finds the right person to actually turn it into a good movie.
Mhm.
The screenplay. That's interesting.
Quinn goes, did you have Subway Surfers up on your phone during the movie, Matt? Do you know that joke?
I know about Subway Surfers.
When it's like they put it under and then over it is like the actual clip when you're like going through the YouTube.
Oh, I thought that was just
like,
a reference
clips.
about how you just are on your phone all the time.
I am on my phone all the time, but then I don't answer calls.
Did you do Subway Surfer during the movie?
No, I did not. I'm not on my phone.
But
during the movie.
I think you're right. That is reference to watching it on TikTok. You didn't watch it on TikTok?
No, I did not watch.
You watched it in the
TikTok.
real life theater.
I went to the live theater with my father,
and you weren't using your phone.
and we had chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets at the theater.
It was great. Chicken tenders.
Chicken tenders at the theater.
Okay. I haven't seen this movie, but I will admit I did see that it was 2.5 hours long. And the people I have seen that I know that have seen it haven't talked about it. So I decided
I could cut 40 minutes from it.
I could do
Immediately.
I could do 2.5 hours of other things.
You know what? Here's all you need to know. Aliens are real.
Go to, hey,
That's all you need
hey.
to know.
My favorite thing is when people are always talking about how long movies are, and like Bill Simmons does this a lot, and he's like, it's so long. And then this is a guy that does like a 3-hour podcast with Chuck Klosterman, but thinks it's absurd that a movie is 2 hours long.
I will say I am getting to the point where I'm treating podcasts like movies in terms of runtime. If you are over an hour on your podcast, I have to think about whether or not I'm going to listen.
You got to earn it.
I think the sweet spot is basically 40 to 80 minutes, like right in that range.
Oh, I would go down. I think the sweet spot is like 30 to 50.
2 drives.
Great.
Wherever
I
I'm
love
going.
that rule. I love that rule.
Drive to work, drive home. If you're longer than that, you're not doing it right.
I'm 30 to 50. If you're over an hour, and now here's the thing too, like I'm not a psycho like Josh Peterson who listens to it on 2 times speed.
Yeah,
I can't
know.
do that. I can't do
I'm
a 2 times speed
regular
podcast.
speed individual.
I need to be able to actually take in the information, digest the information, and like think about something. Like I'm not just getting info to get info. So I can't speed through a pod like that. Like I'm listening to Amina Kimes podcast right now, and it's 2 hours, and it's taken me about 3 trips, and I still have probably 2 more trips before I'm finally finished.
Have you considered walking again?
Yeah, I have to get back to
Walking is good for the heart.
I have to get back. My mom said some things, and I was like, all right, I gotta like lose weight.
She
now.
told us about Dansby Swanson's haircut, and it turned his entire career.
It did.
around.
She was pretty right about that, but she was like, she looked
Started
at me.
hitting dongs after that.
She looked at me. She's like, "You're a big boy."
That's got to hit differently coming from your mother.
You're a big boy.
I had-
When on air, she was referring to you as her baby.
I was like trying on different polos before I went to Wisconsin, and I was like,
What do you call those?
and I had my shirt off, and she looked at me. She goes, "You're a big guy." I'm like,
That's why
oh,
we
no.
think you'd be great in Pittsburgh.
What is it, like an endearing way though? Like,
No.
oh, you're getting so big.
no. It
Okay.
was not endearing. And then she went on Amazon and she said, "How about we start like ordering you some bigger clothes?" And I was like, "This is a
That's why
nightmare."
I was just trying to.
What were you looking at?
I was looking up the next Brad Pitt movie because I wanted to see Brad Pitt on the screen
Cliff
again.
Booth one has
There's
to
a
come
new
out.
there's the Cliff Booth movie that's coming out this year, and then also I was just reminded of this because I watched that J.K. Simmons thing on Sunday. He's in a movie with J.K. Simmons called Heart of the Beast coming
Okay.
up soon.
I will watch both of these movies.
This will come out September 25th.
I'm actually very excited for the Cliff Booth one.
Me too. Cliff Booth is a great character. Wanted to know
You'll
more.
have to, TikTok the movie or something. Once
I'm
upon
okay.
a time in Hollywood.
Is it a movie or a TV show? that's
It's a
coming
movie.
out?
Definitely a movie.
He's is Brad Pitt playing him again? Is that what's happening?
Mhm.
I'll watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
You will.
I went on a flight yesterday and they had movies on the flight, and that doesn't typically happen. Like I don't always go on flights that have screens on it, and it just completely changes the flight experience.
So what'd you watch?
I had a moose bouche, if you will, of different things that I watched. I watched Ratatouille. I watched a little bit of Project Hail Mary.
How long is this flight? What?
You're on a 1
It's an
hour
hour
flight,
flight.
and you watch 8 minutes of 4 different things.
Basically, yeah.
That
You are
is so bad.
insane.
That's so bad.
That's ADD personified.
Yeah.
I watched Ratatouille.
I watched Ratatouille and what?
I watched Ratatouille
No
up
wonder
until
you can't handle a podcast over 12 minutes.
I watched Ratatouille up until he made the soup, and then after he made the soup, then I went to Project Hail Mary, and I just watched Project Hail Mary.
And what was after Project Hail Mary?
And then I watched Nobu, about the guy who made all the Nobu restaurants, and I watched about like 14 minutes
You
about
say
them opening
watched
up
as
there.
if you completed any of it.
No, I didn't. Well, I've already seen Project
You
Hail Mary and
meandered
Ratatouille. I've already seen both those movies.
You watch 15 minutes of a movie you've already seen.
Yeah.
And you chose it.
I was like, I'm gonna get satisfied.
That's so funny.
I was like, I'm gonna be satisfied because I know that I like this movie.
It's literally a wasted hour. There's nothing else you could do on the hour. I mean, except for sit there and watch something. So why not
Three different things.
Why not try something that you might not like?
That sounds exhausting.
Take the risk.
No, thank you. No, thank you. That's the crossover. Which is powered by Mike Schaefer, as always, here on 1620.
He's not happy right now. You've made him angry.
Middays with Matt coming up next here on 1620 Zone Radio Network.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest. That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Make room for Daddy! But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays Matt live and rolling on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, as always, joined by Josh Odson. J.O., so good to see you. How are you?
Welcome back, friend.
Welcome back. Thank you.
That's one hell of a hat you're wearing.
Thank you. I'm not taking this thing off. This thing is the greatest creation of all time.
You're beaming.
This is the greatest gift I've ever been given. It has been. It really is. I mean, this is Matt McMaster personified, my Northwestern Wildcat and Nebraska Cornhusker hat together. The two teams that I care dearly for, that I love more than anything. The one on the left, by the way, love more than the one on the right. Obviously, I went to Nebraska, so they get a little bit more love, which I'm pretty sure they have more of the hat. I think it's like a 52-48 split. Now, they didn't really like sew it in together all correctly, but it's a hell of a hat. Thank you to Mike Schaefer for giving it to me. I am back. Hot take. Vacations are awesome. Okay. They're sick.
Okay. I don't know that that's as scorching hot as you think it is.
I will tell you this right now. I am not going to be on the air during the football season if Josh Odson doesn't take a vacation. You need to take a vacation. You need to soak it in. You need to go on vacay. You need to feel what I feel. Do you know how I would describe my vacation? My vacation was that one scene from Flight. I'm drunk right now. I mean, that's what it was. I drank and I ate and I hung out. I saw everybody I wanted to see. Friends, family. I even saw people that I haven't seen in years. Hung out with them excessively. It was an incredible time. I loved it. I golfed. I went to the Cubs game. It was awesome. But what's even more awesome is being on 1620 The Zone and being able to host Middays with Matt. So I'm very, very happy to get back in the saddle. It's football season, baby. It is.
Oh,
we are here.
It's football season.
We are 62 days away.
62 days?
62 days away from
I want it now.
Nebraska taking on Ohio. I forgot my Phil Steele. It's back at home. We'll do a bit tomorrow. I have not read one page of Phil Steele. Okay? I haven't. I didn't open it up. I didn't read it. I have not read the Nebraska section of Phil Steele. I have not read what he has to say about everybody's beloved Cornhuskers. But we are going to open it up tomorrow. Okay? We're going to open up tomorrow, and I'm going to read it, and we're going to break down whether or not Phil knows what he's talking about. But what I have in front of you here is the Athlon Sports Big Ten preview that I've been reading.
Lindy's.
Isn't it? Oh, is it Lindy's or App? No, it's Lindy's. Okay, yeah. This Big Ten preview I've been reading. It's also a MAC preview. I don't know why. Okay. Wow. But you flip through. So look, Ohio State is right here, right? You got, by the way, you see that annotation there on some of my, on Ohio State, my underlining there and things that are important.
You have an unsteady hand.
I'm terrible, dude. I'm shaking when I underline. But look, so you go here and you read the Ohio State preview and then, or wait. No, it's not. It's the Maryland preview. So you go ahead and you read the Northwestern preview and you read about Griffin Wildey, right? And how he had a great year last year and he could be better this year. And then you flip one page and then all of a sudden you're reading about Miami of Ohio. Okay. I don't know why they felt the need to put one-page primers, okay, of the MAC in the Big Ten preview book, but I love it. I read about Eastern Michigan. They're probably not going to have that good of a year, okay? They lost a lot of guys.
Yeah, it's tough in Ypsilanti.
But if you're ever reading about the Minnesota Golden Gophers and whether or not they're going to make another bowl game, you can then read about Kent State right on the next page. This thing is incredible. We are going to be talking about two of the teams that are in this book. Buy, sell, hold, or bet. That is our football segment this summer / into fall. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we are going to give you 2 teams that we are buying, selling, holding, or betting on this season. And then after that segment, we are going to have an interview with somebody, whether they cover the team through writing, whether they broadcast for the team, or maybe we'll get a coach or two on to talk about one of those teams. So today we are talking about Ohio State and Indiana. Are we buying the Buckeyes? Are we selling the Hoosiers? Are we holding on Ryan Day? Are we betting on Curt Cignetti? And then
Cignetti's on the show?
No, Cignetti is not on the show. Pete DePremio, though, of IUHoosiers.com, a great writer for the Indiana Hoosiers, will join us
Pete DePremio?
at 11. Dude, I knew a couple Pete DePremios growing up. I've hung out. I think we've all hung out with a Pete DePremio before in our life. So Pete DePremio will be joining us at 11:20 to talk about Indiana. Is this a team? Look, some people are kind of, they're backing off of Cignetti. They're backing off the Hoosiers. One of the most ridiculous statements I've heard all of college football preseason has been, well, they lost the JMU guys. Guys, did you give a damn that they had the JMU guys? Like that's what I'm saying. Like nobody gave a damn about the JMU guys when they first got there, and then they ended up developing into great players that you care about. Who's to say that Curt Cignetti isn't going to do that again? And by the way, he's going to do that with better talent this year, in my opinion, 4 top 100 transfer prospects that they got in the transfer portal in the offseason. So we'll talk about the Hoosiers. We'll talk about Ohio State, and we'll talk to Pete DePremio at 1:20 all about, is Indiana going to go back-to-back? Can you imagine
B2B
a world where Indiana wins back-to-back national championships? It'd be absolutely insane. I could imagine it. And the fact that I could imagine it is absolutely ridiculous.
What is it? Does FanDuel imagine it?
I don't think they're very high. I think they're high, but they're not on the Texas level or the Oregon level.
4th best odds in the country.
I thought it would be lower.
They have the same odds as Oregon.
What is their,
never won a national championship?
What is their odds? Plus what?
800.
Really?
Yes.
I bet Indiana last year plus 650 to make the college football playoff.
To make the playoff. Just make
was plus 650. Insane. And then somehow I got more credit for that bet, but I got less credit for Seattle to win the Super Bowl at plus 900, which, by the way, I'm going to continue to listening to podcasts. I'm going to read my Warren Sharp book. I'm going to do all my preparations.
You're locked in on somebody, aren't you?
I already have my Super Bowl prediction. I already have my Super Bowl prediction, and it's not changing. Should I tell you?
Would it surprise some people what your Super Bowl prediction
is?
I
think they're going to call me a madman when I say it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's called a tease. You're not going to hear about it until football season.
Football season?
I have
That's 62 days away.
I have it. I'm pretty sure it's even longer because we're just 62 days away from college football starting. I think we're a whole other another week until the NFL starts after that. So we're 70 days away from the NFL season. I've already told you one team that I'm incredibly high on, that you are very mad at me that I'm high on them, but I'm not going to get off of them. I'm not going to get off of them. This is the year. I've never been on that train, okay, before. This is the year to be on the train. This is the year to bet on it.
Or you could be on the right side of history and never jump on that train.
And then who do you think is on the other side of the coin? It's incredibly biased. It's rooted in my yeah. So now put 2 and 2 together.
Man,
who do you think?
This is terrible.
I know that's why I can't say it, or everybody's going to tune out and not listen to any of my football takes.
That's right. You gotta sit on this one, buddy.
Exactly. If I tell you right now what outwardly what my Super Bowl prediction is, nobody's going to listen to our show. So I can't. I have to hold it. I don't like the eyes you made.
I'm going to professionally advise you to not reveal your Super Bowl pick just yet, because it's a tease. You want to tease the audience. You want to keep coming back. If you are a true listener
of the show, you already know what the Super Bowl prediction is. I've talked about one team incessantly about how much I love them this year, and the other one is, who am I? Right? I'm not Jean Valjean, but. It's another Les Mis reference, by the way. The over is hit. It's a great song. But there you go. So we'll talk about Ohio State. We'll talk about Indiana. We're not going to talk about my Super Bowl prediction because I want you people to keep listening to me. But we'll continue to talk about the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Khalil Taylor Commit Day is what we are calling the show.
Oh.
July 6th has been the date that everybody has circled when it comes to the 4-star Pennsylvania wide receiver, the previous Penn State commit who decommitted and then seemed destined to recommit to the Nittany Lions until Nebraska has swooped in and wowed the 4-star wide receiver, along with the fact that Trey Taylor has done a phenomenal job when it comes to peer recruiting. Mr. Taylor, we have plenty of predictions into where Khalil Taylor will commit. We also have a great not scoop, but like piece from Tim Verghese that we'll talk about when it comes to Khalil Taylor committing. This is a big day. If Khalil Taylor ends up committing to Nebraska for the 2027 recruiting class, I would say that, it puts a massive cherry on top. I mean, maybe it's even more than the cherry. This is probably like the whipped cream and the chocolate frosting and even maybe the peanuts in terms of what Nebraska's 2027 recruiting class looks like in terms of a Sunday. Like, this would be a massive development for him. We've talked about it a lot. Mike Schaefer puts it the best. They did the hard part, right? They did the hard part. They got the 5-star quarterback. They got the top guy. They got the guy that it's very, very difficult to get one of the best quarterbacks in the country to commit to you. Now they need that stud wide receiver that he can throw to for the foreseeable future. And they've locked in on Khalil Taylor. They've done a phenomenal job recruiting him. I mean, for a while, it seemed like a lot of people felt like Penn State had this thing locked up. Nebraska has just swooped in. They've done everything they possibly could to build that relationship with him. And now it seems like they're trending in terms of getting him. And I think it would just be kind of the piece that you're missing, right? They got a really good backfield in terms of the guys that they're bringing in. They've done a really good job at the offensive line. More commitments potentially come for them there as well. They also have, been able to get some D-line guys as well. Like they've just been able to kind of put this whole class together in terms of the 2027 recruiting class, whether it be O-line, whether it be quarterback, whether it be running back, where you got Amir Brown, the 4-star running back, right? So it's like they've got all of these different pieces. Wide receiver is the one that they've been missing. And so getting Khalil Taylor would be massive. But Tim Verghese wrote this morning, this recruitment is going to go all the way to December. Like, this is, we'll have a commitment today, but there will be a lot more of a process in terms of making sure he actually gets on campus. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. I had a plethora of takes that I had during my vacation. That I
takes.
I just need to get them off my chest.
Okay. You didn't have an outlet last week. How did you deal with that?
Mom got really annoyed. She's like, "Why are you hosting a show right now?" She's like, "Take a vacation." I was like, "Okay." I was like, "Sounds good."
Not at the table.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
She's like, "Relax. It's okay." And I'm like, "But I want to talk about Brad Stevens, Mom."
Idiot.
So we'll talk about some of my vacation takes. Be a fun show today. Along with we'll talk a little bit about Mekhi Nelson. That's a vacation take that probably deserves.
You got some Mekhi Nelson takes.
Well, you guys just did such a beautiful job getting to that. You guys did such a phenomenal segment on just the implications of it and how it affects Nebraska football. And Afternoons with Austin seemed to be a pretty big hit. So shout out to Austin Jacobson for doing a phenomenal job filling in.
Loved having him with us.
I didn't appreciate you telling me that I could take more vacation. All right.
I knew that would really sit in your craw.
You know what? You made me feel like a cuck. All right. You were cucking me. You were cucking me live on the air. You're having such a great time. You're hosting. You were laughing. You got to talk about movies, which, by the way, disclosure day could have been an email.
I haven't seen it.
It could have been an email. You're going to watch that movie and you're going to completely agree with me.
That was actually my fear.
That Wyatt Russell guy was a quintessential part of that movie for half an hour. And then Spielberg, I think, just got bored of his acting or bored of the character and just you didn't see him for the last 2 hours of the movie.
He's a good looking kid.
Not really.
Not really.
There are way better looking actors than
Well.
Wyatt Russell. Wyatt,
I think Wyatt does okay for himself.
Well, yes, he's tall. Congratulations. You want a cookie? See, by the way, I loved being in Chicago in terms of the fact that I love feeling tall. And I come back and all of you giants here at Nebraska make me feel like a little ant. All of you people here in Nebraska, 6'4", 6'3", 6'5", all burly, all just great builds. Everybody back in Chicago, they're all schlubs, and I look great. I feel awesome about myself after I go back, or when I go back there. And then I come here and I'm like, I'm out of shape.
Can't teach tall.
No, you cannot. We'll also talk about, I was thinking, so this was kind of stemming from just being on vacation and thinking about the football season and reading all this stuff, kind of amping myself up for like, all right, hey, we're like getting to preview time. Like we're going to preview a couple of teams today. We'll preview a couple of teams on Wednesday and Friday. I started thinking like, what would make me the happiest this season for Husker football? Like, what could happen this year in Husker football that would just put me over the moon?
Like what can actually happen?
And I don't think,
like obviously winning every game,
by the way,
would make you happy.
Well, so that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to be simple and be like, oh, they go 9-0, or they go 9-3, or they go 8-4, or blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like that's, I'm not going to be simple like that. There is something that could make me incredibly excited this year, and it does stem from the Bears being great last year. It does stem from the Bears having an incredible season. I experienced something last year with the Bears that made me so happy that I think could occur with Nebraska football this season. And I just want to see it in college football. Bit of a tease for you. Just think about what did the Bears have last season that they've never had ever?
Late
before?
game success.
Well, okay. You know, Mark Trestman won a couple close games. He did. I mean, he beat Green Bay and Lambeau. I mean, that's really hard to do, which by the way, I'm not. I'm now getting to the point too where like I'm getting to know the schedules. I'm starting to talk to the schedules. I'm getting intimate with the schedules.
Hello.
I'm starting to caress the schedules. I'm starting to whisper sweet nothings to my schedules.
Have you tried women?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, what was I going to tell a girl back home? Hey, you want to come back to my place and sleep under the Star Wars covers? You know, like there was no, you know, I'm very happy, but I ain't buying. By the way, I'm not buying a hotel room either. You know, that'd be very weird. It's not even a financial thing. I think that's just strange. Matt, why didn't you come home? Oh, I was at the Holiday Inn. Like you don't want to tell that to your mom or your dad.
No, I get it.
You know,
actually, yeah,
exactly. So no, instead of caressing women, I was caressing football schedules.
Maybe that's the play here. You go to a local establishment here and you say, you sit at the bar with flashcards and you just look really frustrated. And maybe a woman comes up to you and says, hey, what's wrong? I've noticed you seem to be, frustrated.
Yeah. Keep going.
I'm trying to memorize the schedule. I don't know if you want to, do you want to study with me?
So I went to Wrigleyville. And I was wearing a Nebraska polo, like a red Nebraska polo. And my buddy told a girl, a very good looking woman, that I was a coach for Nebraska football.
Hell yeah, that's the move.
And I'm going to be real with you. I'm a little out of practice, you know, like I haven't been like going out to the college bars a lot and like doing all that stuff. It's been more like, you know, like adulting is what I've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
proud of you.
And so this woman comes up to me and goes, do you coach for Nebraska football?
Yes, I do, man.
And what did my dumbass say? No, I don't. I was out of practice.
Man.
I know. I would know. I should know better. I should have. My buddy looked at me. He was pissed.
Yeah.
He was pissed. He was mad. He was like, what are you doing? He's like, for all she knows, you're Matt Rule. You know? And he goes, your first name's Matt. Just be like, yeah, my name's Matt. I coach for Nebraska football. That's all you got to do. I said no. And then my other buddy goes, well, he's the voice of the Huskers. He was sitting right next, so he was trying to like make me
Mhm.
this seem to be a big deal. And then I said no to that. I actually brought up Kyle Crooks' name at a Wrigleyville bar. I go, no, that guy, his name's Kyle. He's the voice of the Huskers. I'm not the voice of the Huskers. I just own a radio show. And she goes, do you know what she did? Oh, okay. Walked away. Terrible, Josh. It was awful. I got to be better. I got to be better.
I mean, a tip of the cap
For my honesty.
for your honesty, but I mean, it's not an honorable game.
Wait, we're at Wrigleyville, though. Who cares about honor?
Sounded like she cared.
That's why she didn't care because I showed honor and she walked away.
Yeah.
PC goes backwards hat on equals Coach Matt. I see no lies. This hat ain't going backwards.
Excuse me, ma'am. Time out. Time out?
Sir, it's the third quarter.
Precisely.
Exactly.
Can't take 'em with you.
Actually, 2 timeouts. I want to use all my timeouts.
I want
in
them
the third
back
quarter.
to back.
You take a timeout, and they're like, sir, you got a false start? Sir, you got to delay a game out of a timeout? And say, yeah, that's what I do. That's what I'm really good at. Let's talk about some teams that Nebraska football will play this season. We've already done Washington. We've already done Illinois. We've done Maryland. We've done Michigan State. Now, let's add 2 more teams to the list. Let's talk about Indiana and Ohio State. Are we buying? Are we selling? Are we holding? Are we betting? We already have a couple of bets on the board. We're going to make some graphics here. We are betting BYU's over at 9.5. We are betting the under for Virginia Tech. That's 6.5, I believe, is their over under. And then we are betting the over for Washington. I was doing some more research on Illinois. I could not be more out on the Illini, by the way. I am firmly out. And I'm kind of getting that way with Iowa, which is not a good thing. Like, I should know better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I should know better. I should know better than to be out on Iowa. Like, if anybody should know to not be out on that team, it's me. They show up every year. They win a bunch of games. What am I doing thinking that they're going to be underwhelming this season? And I'm like, do you know what my response is, Josh? I go, well, they're not going to have good quarterback play. Like, they don't know who their quarterback is. You're shaking your head over there. You know it. When has that ever affected them? When has that ever been a problem? I've talked myself so out on Iowa that I'm kind of talking myself back in. I'm kind of like, the fact that I'm so out actually makes me think that I could be like, I'm actually wrong here. Bigelow goes, the bar equivalent of backwards hat Matt would be calling a timeout to argue with the bartender. Tip your bartenders. Not enough people do it, Wrigley. I'm just saying, there were some stingy tippers at the Wrigleyville bars, and I was very disappointed. I was very, very disappointed. We're not going to disappoint you. Indiana, Ohio State previews coming up. Then Pete DePremio at 11:20. Odd News at 11:45. Robin Washut joins us at 1:20. I got to tell you all about my vacation takes, along with some Husker football recruiting. And one thing that I want more than anything this Husker football season, along with a bunch of different topics. Hey, USA soccer plays today. Let's talk about Belgium. I gotta go and play my flag game here during this break.
Exciting.
We gotta lock in on that. All right, Middays with Matt. Great show for you today. Paul McCartney's here. Oh my God, I know what to get here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMaster's was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Look at you, Josh. That's beautiful. Little merengue music in the background too.
I was pretty proud of that right
you
there.
You like to salsa, don't you? You were a big bachata guy growing up, eh?
Not growing up.
You don't like the rumba? You don't like to do a little rumba?
In my adult life, I've grown to love
whiskey.
Well, yes. Thank you, Gary. Salsa music.
Really? Have I rubbed off on you? By the way, all right, here's a complaint. Matt McComplaint here. Chips and salsa should not be an appetizer I have to pay for. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good take.
I should not have to pay for chips and salsa. I mean, like, I get it if you're at a, I'll just say it. If you're at like an American restaurant, okay, like maybe I understand. Like, yeah, it's like, they give you the bread and the butter, right? I mean, that's the same take. I should never have to order bread or butter as an appetizer. That's crazy. I should just get bread. Okay. Same thing. If I'm at a Mexican restaurant and I have to order chips and salsa and I have to pay for chips and salsa, to me, that's not a Mexican restaurant. All right. The true authentic Mexican restaurant, they just give it to you. You get it, it's like the bread and the butter. It's like the bread and the oil. They put it right in front of you. I think it's ridiculous that people have to pay for chips and salsa. I'm not a fan of that whatsoever. So there you go. By the way, we need I'm very excited to make another mixtape of all of my correct predictions and then put it over. I already have the song. I already have like the mariachi music. Like, I'm all prepared for when that happens. The problem is, Josh, is I have to make correct predictions.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's not that I have made incorrect predictions. It's just we're not in a season of making predictions. Like, I'm not in football season. That's when we're gonna have hopefully we'll have a lot of mariachi music to play over all my correct predictions when it comes to football. It's just like, when am I gonna I made the most basic ass World Cup bet yesterday, and it won. I bet England to win, I bet Harry Kane to score, and I bet Mexico's best player to have one shot on goal. Okay.
Oh, I'll bet you cleaned up on those.
I did.
I'll bet England winning was a longer odds than
it was
you would think.
minus 105.
Really?
Well, on the sport book I was using.
Okay.
There were other sport books that it was plus 114.
But I don't know if you know this. Mexico's only lost twice.
And Azteca. Yeah, everybody was talking about Azteca. Like,
Azteca.
What would be the American version of Azteca? Arrowhead?
Mile High Stadium? Oh,
well,
you were thinking because of the crowd noise. I was thinking because of the altitude.
I'm more so thinking of like they were treating Mexico and Azteca like Brett in Canada.
You don't come in here.
You don't beat Mexico and Azteca. Like, what do we say? You don't beat United States and Albuquerque. No one does that. Like, what's the American equivalent of that?
Who does have the longest home winning streak in? You want to do college football or the
college
NFL?
Football? Do college football.
Longest home winning streak.
We should do that. Brett in Canada of the week.
College football.
Who just doesn't lose in one specific spot? Which, by the way,
of course, it's Indiana.
It's Indiana?
Yeah.
Let me just say this too about the whole Bret Hart in Canada thing. That is one of the most preposterous things, that Bret could never lose in Canada. It's like Lex Luger being like, well, we're in Iowa. I can't lose. Can't lose in America. Well, we're in Minnesota. I can't lose here.
I watched him body slam Yokozuna over the weekend.
Bret just saying that he can't lose in an entire country. Bret screwed Bret. I don't care what you said. Bret screwed Bret.
He might have been difficult to work with.
Might have been.
That's right.
All that guy has ever done the last 30 years is complain about Bill Goldberg.
Well, he kicked him in the head. I don't know if you've heard this.
Get over it, Bret. Smoke a joint. Just get over it.
Smoke a joint.
I don't know. I'm so sick and tired of Bret Hart. I am.
That's a good take. Another good
I am
Matt
so
McMaster
sick and tired
take.
of him. All that guy does is whine and moan and complain. We get it. You could have had six more years of wrestling. You didn't. Whoop-de-doo. Okay? I'm so sick and tired of it. But this is an honest question. Like, Mexico never, like, Azteca. That's all I heard yesterday. All about Azteca. What is the American equivalent of that? Wood Africa goes Mile High is the best equivalent. But I mean,
because of the elevation.
Yeah, but like there's not, I just don't feel like like to me it'd be like the Big House, like America at the Big House.
No one goes to Cameron Indoor and beats America.
No. Well, they can't put a soccer match in Cameron Indoor Stadium.
I mean, they could.
They could, hypothetically.
It'd get a little cramped.
I don't know who seats more people, Cameron Indoor Stadium or the new Northwestern Stadium.
Oof.
New Northwestern Stadium looks great and everything. Tiny baby stadium. They play Colorado this year, by the way. Did you know that? Have you heard this? Have you seen this? They play Colorado this year.
I've probably heard this, but I had forgotten it.
Random, just non-con power game.
5. Yeah.
Can you imagine not having a power game on your non-conference schedule? Can you imagine just being a little nervous about what might happen if you have a non-com power game on your schedule? Can you imagine that? Jacob goes, Allen Fieldhouse. Yeah, probably. Well, J-Man's got a great one. West Point, Air Force Academy.
Oh.
They played.
Difficult place to play?
Is there like a big soccer stadium in Annapolis that I don't know? That'd be pretty big. By the way, did you watch that movie I told you about? Annapolis, the boxing movie with James Franco and Tyrese?
No.
No.
The Denver Broncos hold the longest active home win streak in the NFL, having won 11 consecutive home games.
Yeah. Probably would be America. America. Where are they playing tonight? They Seattle? Is it
They're
Seattle?
in Seattle tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I do have a slight issue. We'll spend 1 minute on this. Like, I played FIFA growing up, and I love FIFA, and I really enjoyed soccer when I was younger. And America wasn't very good. This is,
famously
back with Tim Howard, right? And so I had to pick a team that I rooted for that wasn't America because I knew America wouldn't go very far in the World Cup. And I didn't want to be the simpleton who picked like Brazil or France or Germany because I was like, I don't want to be a bandwagon. Like, I don't want to. It's like coming into like the NFL and being like, oh, I'm a Chiefs fan because of Patrick Mahomes. Like, I'm not doing that with Manuel Neuer, right?
I had the same conundrum in the 90s on Sega Genesis, and I picked Argentina because I liked powder blue.
See, that's great. And you ended up benefiting from that. Do you know this is the team that I picked? Belgium. I've always been a massive Belgium fan. I love Belgium. I love Eden Hazard, Philippe Courtois. They got Romelu Lukaku, who was a striker for Everton. I mean, they've had some. Vincent Kompany, longtime center back for Man City. I've always been a Belgium fan. And now they played back in the day, and I was like kind of indifferent about it. Now tonight, it's like I kind of feel if the United States were going to lose, I don't mind them losing to Belgium. I would love to see Belgium make a run in the World Cup. I've always been a big fan of their nation.
But what was it, 12 years ago, America lost to Belgium in this exact round?
Exact round, yeah. That's when, by the way, World Cup, I hate playoff expansion. We've done segments upon segments of playoff expansion and how I just can't stand it. This playoff expansion has worked. This has worked
It
perfect.
seemed weird at the beginning
It's worked
but
perfect
here in the
before.
knockout rounds is work. Cape Verde. Oh God,
it's worked perfect. And you have all these guys score. You got all these guys scoring goals, and everybody in the gold. What is it? The Golden Spikes Award? Like everybody is like so enamored with that. Well, they're playing
Golden Boot.
Golden Boot. They're playing Golden Spikes. Isn't that?
That was Dan
baseball?
Jackson's award. Yeah, from Georgia.
I'm sorry. I'm not.
We do a lot of things here.
We do so many things here. But listen, like this, they're playing crappier teams. So they're scoring more goals. And that's kind of exactly what Americans watching soccer need. They need more goals. They like that. That's how you get excited about it. So, all right. Let's talk about Indiana and Ohio State. Let's talk some college football. Peter Premio of IUHoosiers.com is going to join us about 15 minutes. Buy, sell, hold, or bet is our segment we will be doing this summer/fall in terms of previewing the college football season. We've already done some of these teams already. We've done Washington. We've done Illinois, Michigan State, Maryland. Virginia Tech was a team that we did. We also did Virginia Tech. So we will do buy, sell, hold, or bet Indiana, Ohio State.
Buy,
Sell,
hold.
or bet. Oh my God. This is the John Bradshaw Layfield theme song. This is awesome.
All right. There we go.
Great job. Thank you. All right.
High production value.
Very high production. We should probably record that. Let's talk about Indiana. I'm buying. I am buying the Hoosiers. I'm not selling them. Okay. And I'm not betting them, but I'm going to buy. I really like the Josh Hoover pickup. You know, you look at the last 2 seasons with Curt Cignetti at Indiana, not only have they acquired, you know, quarterbacks, but they've developed and made them better. Fernando Mendoza already was a pretty good quarterback when he played at Cal, got even better when he went to Indiana. Same thing with Curtis Rourke, got him from Ohio, right? Made him into a very viable quarterback at the Power 5 level. I think with Hoover, you know, 13 turnovers last season was an issue at TCU, but if we're just going from like a pure throwing gunslinger perspective, this guy's thrown for 9,000 yards in his college football career. I mean, he is an incredibly capable quarterback. This offense has the opportunity to be really explosive. Charlie Becker, wide receiver, has been on a lot of draft boards, had a great end to last year, was really big for them in the playoffs. And then a guy that I was very, very high on when it came to last season was Michigan State's Nick Marsh. Nick Marsh, the main pass catcher for Aiden Childs, who I was kind of hot or cold on Aiden Childs. I didn't know how he was going to really pan out for Michigan State last year. It ended up having to transfer to Northwestern. That's how poorly it went for Aiden Childs. But Nick Marsh had over 600 receiving yards last season. Very, very good wide receiver. Love the weapons that they have with Hoover. And then, you know, they have a really good offensive line. That's been the bread and butter for Indiana these last couple of years, right? They've been able to not invest a lot in their running backs. I mean, they've had a plethora of running backs over the last couple of years, and they've done RB by committee because they've had some really, really good offensive lines. They lose a big guy, Pat Coogan, who transferred from Notre Dame to Indiana last season. He's no longer with the team, but they got one of the best tackles, if not the best tackle in all of America this season with Carter Smith. I really like the O-line. They're going to go running back by committee again. I think Hoover is going to be able to spread the ball around. And look, they've lost some guys on the defensive end. Obviously, it's hard to ignore the fact that they're not going to have D'Angelo Pons this year. They're not going to have Kamara this year. They're not going to have a lot of the guys that we've been so used to them competing and contributing toward their winning. They're 27-2 over the last 2 seasons. Indiana football's lost 2 games in the last 2 seasons. We are not, I'm not going to ignore the fact that they've lost those guys, but they keep some continuity in terms of the linebacker core, bring back some guys that were really good for them last year. And then on top of that, I just think like it's just hard for me to not buy Curt Cignetti. It's hard for me to just think that these last 2 years, I don't think anybody's really calling it a fluke, but I'm not even going to think about it being a fluke. I don't think there's anything fluky about what they've done over the last 2 seasons. They brought in a lot of these James Madison guys, right? And they were able to continue the success that they had with them when they were winning at JMU. But now, like, they have been able, we talk about this money and momentum, right? They brought a lot of momentum from JMU, and they were able to get that going in the right direction, make the college football playoff, then end up being a great team last year, win the national championship. And with that momentum and with how good they played, the money came. And they were able to get one of the best edges in the transfer portal cycle in Toby Asunami, right, who came from Kansas State last season. They were able to get a guy in Turbo Richard from Boston College who averaged 5.3 yards per carry. They were able to get Nick Marsh, who was a phenomenal pass catcher for Michigan State. And then Josh Hoover, who I think is going to sling the ball all over the field for Indiana this year. I think that, is this team going to allow 11.7 points per game again next season? Probably not. Like losing Aiden Fisher's tough, losing Pons is tough, losing Kamara is tough. But I'll just never forget, like, people talking about the Indiana Hoosiers last season and just talking about how well coached they were and just how just they did everything correct. They filled the gaps. They didn't make mistakes. They were super disciplined. They were physical. They were tough. And that's all just, obviously you need talent. You need dudes in order to be successful. But that all stems from coaching. And it just stems from just the phenomenal player development that they've had over the last couple of seasons. And what's startling to me about Indiana's run, outside of them winning 27 games for the last 2 seasons and them winning the national championship, what's startling to me is they've kept 9 of their 10 assistant coaches. They've kept 9 of their 10 assistant coaches this year on their staff. It is incredible how they have been able to do something so unprecedented, which is win a national championship in Indiana. All those assistant coaches, top to bottom, are getting offers, are getting, hey, come coach here. Hey, we'll give you a raise here. We'll give you a promotion here. Hey, come bring us the secret sauce that is Indiana Hoosier football. Come here and coach for us and have a bigger role. And they've been able to hold on to those guys. I think that is remarkable that Curt Cignetti has been able to keep the continuity on his coaching staff that he's been able to accomplish. And so for him to do that, I think just speaks to how great of a coach he is, how his staff is loyal to him, right? I don't mean to make a Tom Osborne, Curt Cignetti comparison here, but Tom Osborne, one of the greatest football coaches, not just college football coaches, one of the greatest football coaches of all time. What did we talk about? What have we talked about a lot here? His staff was just, they were always with him. They were Tom's guys. Tom's guys were always around. He had, the same dudes coaching for him year in and year out who knew exactly what he wanted to do and what Tom wanted to accomplish, what Coach Osborne wanted to accomplish. Curt Cignetti, I know it's a very different time, but he's got the same thing going. Kept 9 of the 10 coaches that he's brought with him. It's been incredible stuff. So I'm buying Indiana. This offensive line is going to be awesome once again. They got a really good transfer from Wisconsin again last season. Joe Bruner, he's going to be their left guard. Carter Smith, great left tackle. Probably have Drew Evans or Bray Lynch playing center or right guard. They got to figure that out, and then they'll have a fairly inexperienced right tackle and a Johnny playing for them. But other than that, I really like their weapons. I really like their quarterback. They're going to be able to block really hard on the offensive line. Is this defense going to be the same? Probably not. But they still have a ton of talent there, and they're very well coached. So am I going to bet, and you mentioned this before, 4th highest odds win the national championship? And am I going to bet Indiana to win the national championship? Probably not. Probably not. But
yeah, I don't know if they win it all again, but
I still think they're going to be one of the best teams in the country.
Yeah, I mean, looking at their schedule, there's one loss here. They host Ohio State. It'll be 1 versus 2 in the country, most likely.
Their schedule's pretty tame. North Texas, Howard, Western Kentucky, right? I mean, they're not playing anybody in the non-con. Then they home for Northwestern, at Rutgers, at Nebraska. You bring up the October 17th game against Ohio State. Then at Michigan, that could be a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a tough game. That's I don't think I would never call that a trap game. I think that'd just be a tough game for them. Then home for Minnesota, home for USC, at Washington versus Purdue. I mean, you got 2 games that you look there and you go, all right, the Ohio State game and the Michigan game are going to be tough.
Even if they lose them both, they're still in the playoff. Probably.
Yeah.
Might have to do some campaigning.
Yeah, it would depend on, their best win would be what? If they lost to Michigan and Ohio State. Their best win would be against Washington.
USC, Washington, yeah.
Yeah, not great. That wouldn't be great. That'd be tough.
The week of the Nebraska game, we're going to be dropping stats on you. Hey, did you know Indiana's won every game they played this season by an average of 70-7?
Seriously.
It's going to be video game numbers, and they're going to look like a daunting opponent, even more than they do today on July 6th, the week of the Nebraska game.
Let's talk Ohio State. I've said this 1,000 times. We're going to look back on that Ohio State roster last year and go, how in the hell did they not win a national championship? We're going to look back and say that team had Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs and Jeremiah Smith, and Julian Sayin, and they had all of these studs. How did they not win a national championship? This is going to be a very high-powered offense. They return 8 starters. 4 of them are on the offensive line, along with bringing back Julian Sane, who, they scored 13, or I think they scored 10 points in the Big Ten championship game, but then they scored 14 points in their final game against Miami. Obviously, Julian Sane just did not play well, especially in that Indiana game at the end of the year. But I still, he's one of the most accurate passers in the entire country. I remember looking at his PFF stats. His deep ball accuracy was insane. I mean, he was one of the best throwers of the football, 20 plus yards down the field. And he had 2 great targets he was throwing at Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith, who obviously is back. But even Bo Jackson, 1,090 yards his freshman year. He had the second most yards from a freshman last season. They keep continuity on the offensive line. Look, it's good that they kept continuity. The offensive line should be better, for Ohio State standards. But they bring back 4 of their starters. That's only good for them. We'll see if Brandon Ennis, senior wide receiver, if he can fill the shoes of Carnell Tate. But you cannot forget about Chris Henry Jr. He's the next freak. We've done this kind of Jackson Smith and Jigba, Chris Olave, Marvin Harrison Jr., Jeremiah Smith. Who's the next guy after that? It's Chris Henry Jr., the 6'5", 5-star wide receiver. So they're going to be fine on the offensive end. It's just, what do they do on defense? And this is one of those things where it's like they went in the portal. They got Earl Little. He was an all ACC safety from Florida State last season. They got Terry Moore. He's another defensive back from Duke in 2024. The 2 guys that they do bring back are in the secondary, Jermaine Matthews Jr. and Jalen McClain. Like, they're going to have a solid secondary. They've replaced, their defense with some talent, some really good talent. And obviously, their recruiting classes have been phenomenal in the past. But it's just one of those things where you're replacing 8 guys in the defensive end. And Matt Patricia is a really, really good defensive coordinator. And so I'm not going to doubt his ability to have his guys ready to go. But I do have a little trepidation when it comes to, man, they're replacing a lot of Caden McDonald was an All-American. They're replacing Caleb Downs. They're replacing Sonny Skiles. They're replacing Arvell Reese. They're replacing some studs. Those guys were going in the top 2 rounds of the NFL draft. That's a lot to replace all at once. I think that this offense is going to score 40 points a game. I'm exaggerating,
sure,
but they're going to score all the points in the world. It's just, how does this defense look, especially in the beginning of the season, Josh? They do not have an easy schedule.
No, they play 3 of the top 6 teams in the country preseason. Oof.
They play, here's their schedule next
and
year.
Michigan, of course.
Home for Ball State, at Texas, woof. Home for Kent State, Illinois, Iowa, Maryland, at Indiana, at USC, home for Oregon. Then they got Northwestern Nebraska, and they end with Michigan. That's tough, man.
Yeah.
Indiana, USC, Oregon, Michigan, Texas.
I don't care who you are. Like, that's tough.
They could lose 4 games this year.
Whoa.
They could lose to Texas. They could lose to Indiana. They could lose to Oregon. And that Michigan game will always be close as long as we're around, right? That is always a tightly contested game. Seriously, we're talking about Oregon is a team that a lot of people are going to pick to win the national championship. Texas is a team that a lot of people are going to pick to win the national championship. Indiana is Indiana. And that game at the end, the game is always the game. It is going to be a difficult season for Ohio State, especially if they can't figure out and get experience quickly on that defensive side. Offense is going to be great. Defense is going to be something to watch. All right, Pete DePremio of IUHoosiers.com will join us here on Middays with Matt. We did our little preview with Indiana. We'll ask Pete what his perspective is and how is SIG feeling about this season, and are they ready to go back-to-back? Hoosiers going back-to-back for national championships. That'd be absolutely insane. We talked to Pete DePremio coming up next here on Middays with Matt. We are officially starting our college football kind of lead up here. We're only 62 days away, just right around the corner from the beginning of college football season. And we've been doing our buy, sell, hold, or bet preview. And we talked about the Indiana Hoosiers today. So we'll continue to talk about the national champions with a writer of IUHoosiers.com, a man who covers the team inside and out. Pete DePremio joins us here on Middays with Matt. Pete, thank you so much for joining us, my friend. How are you?
Hey, very good. Thanks for having me. And yes, there's even now there's a lot of buzz about IU football.
A lot of buzz indeed. You know, I was reading a quote surrounding your team about the fact that Coach Sig is fired up because he doesn't want the word fluke being thrown around. That he's got a chip on his shoulder, that he's trying to prove that, hey, this isn't just a one-time thing. We can do this year in and year out. What is just kind of the vibe around Indiana so far right now, heading into this season after winning a national championship?
The vibe is that they are going to contend for a national title again. That there's no reason why they can't. They return a lot of people. They brought in some key college transfers, including quarterback Josh Hoover. They have a proven system that works. They have basically retained their entire staff. I think they did retain their entire staff. Except for the quarterback coach, and then they brought in their former quarterbacks coach. So they are poised to do it again. Now, whether they do or not, I mean, we'll see. Whether they can go undefeated or not, we'll see. The schedule was challenging, but they're primed for to do what they can to repeat.
You talk about Josh Hoover, the coveted quarterback from TCU, and obviously you look at the numbers: 9,600 yards, 71 touchdowns. But then that's the great side of it. And then you have kind of the ugly side in terms of over those 3 seasons, 33 picks and 9 fumbles. Your confidence level, Pete DePremio, that Coach Curt Cignetti can once again improve his quarterback play and develop Hoover into a guy who is going to cut down those turnovers. Your confidence level is what?
Very high. I mean, the history of Coach Cignetti and offensive coordinator Mike Shanahan has been they bring in transfer quarterbacks, and they maybe struggle a little bit in the spring and maybe the first couple games or so, and then they're on a roll and they keep on rolling. So that's his MO. Josh Hoover is going to have what he probably did not have at TCU, is a very strong offensive line, a very strong running game, very intriguing, talented wide receivers, and a system that's very quarterback friendly. I mean, this is what they do. They take guys and they develop them to the point where, in Fernando Mendoza's case, they win the Heisman. So I see no reason why those interceptions won't go down. The fumbles, which he also had, won't go down, and his passing percentage will go up, and maybe the yards will go up. But they may not, because he's going to have a strong running game.
Indiana last year, as you know, had a very good wide receiver room, a first-round wide receiver in Omar Cooper Jr., who was selected by the New York Jets, and then obviously the mid-round selection of Elijah Surratt. Is this wide receiver room better this year, Pete?
I don't know better, but I don't see why it can't be just as productive. They bring back Charlie Becker, who at the end of the year, the last month and a half, say, of the season, was as good as any receiver in the country. They brought in terms of a college transfer, Nick Marsh from Michigan State, who was very productive there. They brought in a guy 2 years ago, Tyler Morris from Michigan. He couldn't play last year because he tore his ACL, but he's back healthy. He could be a very promising receiver. They've got some young guys who have a lot of promise. And these guys are extremely, extremely well coached. And I can't emphasize that enough. Not only is it the talent, it's the coaching that they receive. It's the system that they're in. So I think in terms of production, they will be just as productive from the passing game and the receiving game this year as last year.
Looking at your depth chart here for Indiana, I'm looking at the tight end room, and I'm sure this is a conversation that you've had plenty of in terms of 5 tight ends. Pete, as you know, all of them are freshmen. The inexperience in the tight end room, is that a worry for you? Is that a high worry? Is it a low worry, or is it something that they can work around? Your outlook on that?
Inexperience is always a worry, but again, they have strong coaching. And I have no doubt that by mid-season, they're going to be on a roll. The Grant Kane is the tight ends coach. He does an outstanding job. So if they have to improvise and maybe not use the tight ends as much in the receiving game, but in terms of blocking, they'll do that. The receiver, if the tight ends show promise, which they did in the spring, again, there's no reason why they can't be just as productive. They're going to get their chance.
Is the offensive line the secret sauce of this entire operation?
Yes, they have a lot of potential there. They bring back Carter Smith, who's one of the top offensive linemen in the country from last year. They returned him. They also returned Drew Evans and Bray Lynch, who were outstanding. They brought in Joe Bruner from Wisconsin, who has a lot of promise as an offensive line. And they have some other younger guys who played last year and produced. So this should be, the offensive line should be a strength. And then they have Bob Bostad, who's perhaps the best offensive line coach in the country. So they are primed to have another strong offensive line and be very productive in that area.
I love Indiana. I love your team. I'm buying them. We did the buy, sell, hold, or bet. I'm not betting. I'm not putting my money on it, but I do think that this will be another strong year for the Hoosiers, Pete. But can you give me what might be their biggest weakness? Can you give me the thing that maybe gives you a little trepidation when it comes to full out predicting them to win a national championship, or the trepidation that others might have? What do you think is their biggest weakness?
Oh, of course, this is the spring, but right now they had a lot of injuries in the spring. So they need those guys to come back healthy. And that's probably it. If they come back healthy, which everything they seem to be, in a position to do that, then a lot of those weaknesses will go away. So that's the key. If they have significant injuries, they had some, like Carter Smith was banged up in the spring. Drew Evans was banged up a little bit in the spring. They had some other guys that just on the defensive line that were banged up. So that's the key. If they come back healthy, they're going to be solid pretty much everywhere.
You talked about it earlier that they've kept 9 of their 10 assistant coaches from last season to this season. A 2-part question for you here, Pete. How? How did they do that? And secondly, what does it say about Coach Cignetti that I'm sure that all of those guys had plenty of offers to, go and coach elsewhere and maybe have bigger roles or make more money? What does it say just about the program over there that 9 of the 10 assistant coaches of Indiana stayed?
It really points to the loyalty they have to Coach Cignetti, the success they're having. Also, the Indiana University has stepped up in terms of compensation, in terms of salaries. So they're getting the resources they need from a salary standpoint, from recruiting in terms of being able to go after NIL and stuff like that. Probably in time, Mike Shanahan and Brian Haynes, their offensive and defense coordinators, may want to be move on to head coaching. But right now they're on a roll and they've had a lot of success and they believe in Coach Cignetti. So probably the idea is let's keep it going. We're having a lot of fun. So why not keep having fun? And then if at some point they do want to become, their own head coach, which most people do, then they'll make that jump. So again, between the resources they have, the loyalty they have, the success they've had, the system that works, a lot of times people move on and it doesn't work out. So I think there's all of those factors are in play here.
All right, Pete DePremio of IUHoosiers.com. Last year, Indiana undefeated, wins a national championship. 27-2 is the record of Indiana under Curt Cignetti. Pete DePremio, your prediction for Indiana next season in 2026. What do you think the Hoosiers do?
I can't give you a record because, they've got some intriguing games. They host Ohio State in October 17th, and they play at Michigan the next week. They've got USC here. They play at Nebraska. So I would say they're going to be a playoff team for sure. And whether they can run the table again, probably not. Just very hard to go undefeated. But given Coach Cignetti's track record, anybody who would bet against him or doubt him, that's a big risk.
Pete, thank you so much for joining us, my friend. Really appreciate it. Great analysis as always, and thank you so much for coming on Middays with Matt.
Thank you. You guys take care.
You as well. Pete DePremio of IUHoosiers.com. Key words there. Coaching. To just have that amount of confidence in the entirety of the coaching staff from top to bottom to just be like, yeah, they're fine. They're going to get coached up.
It raises your floor to a point that like you can be confident, right?
It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know. It's probably more accurately described as you maybe don't know how great it is until you lose it, just how fortunate you are to just kind of be like, yeah, they're young. They got 5 freshmen in their tight end room, but you know what? They got great coaches, so they're just going to coach them up. Yeah, like Nick Marsh was pretty good at Michigan State, and he was productive there, and Charlie Becker got better as the season went on, but they got such great coaches. They're going to improve even more. Yeah, Josh Hoover had 33 interceptions over 3 seasons at TCU, but you look at Curt Cignetti's, track record, he kind of coaches that out of guys. He kind of gets rid of that. And they're going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's just incredible. It's just incredible to just kind of sit back and be like, yeah, you probably have holes. You might have a depth problem. You got some youth and experience at the tight end position. We'll see what happens when it comes to replacing some of the key players that you had for the last 2 seasons that ended up getting drafted. Yeah, you have all that, but you know what? Got a great coaching staff, so not too worried about it. Wild, kind of wild. Just be like, yeah, they're going to get coached. Be nice to have that, wouldn't it?
Boy, it sure would.
And not just like Nebraska's Jeep Wade, I think the world of. Addison Williams, I think the world of. I think very highly of, some of the coaches that Nebraska has on their staff. It's one thing to have, a couple of those guys, and then it's another thing to just be like, oh, no, all of them. Oh, we got all of them.
I wish there was a little less, well, if this and this and this and this happens, then we're going to pop. It was a little more, there was a little more, look at that guy. That's the guy. This is, how do we not win?
The reason I love the Jeep Wade hire, because it was just a plain old-fashioned merit-based hire.
Mm-hmm.
You looked at him, you go.
Excellent point, Matt.
You go, the guy has coached offensive lines that have been nominated for the Joe Moore Award. The guy has coached guys who get drafted into the NFL. The dude has really good connections in a state that we would love to recruit in. We're going to hire this guy because we know he's damn good at his job. If we bring him here and pay him correctly, he's going to change our team, right? To Addison Williams, they evaluated. We talk about evaluating players. You got to evaluate coaches as well. They went ahead, they evaluated Addison Williams and said, this is the guy. He's got the connections in this state that we'd like to recruit out of. He's a very good coach. We want to bring him here. And they hired him. He's been awesome for them. Same thing with Jeep Wade. Like, it's one of those things where there have been improvements in terms of those hires. And so that gives me way more hope than what you just described. Because what you described, and you were making a point, right, of like how people look at things. When you described as, oh, if this guy pops and this thing pops and this thing pops and this thing goes well and this guy continues to get better, then everything's going to be great. That's Kool-Aid, right? That's the definition of Kool-Aid. The definition of Kool-Aid is looking at all of these different situations and only thinking that the optimistic point of view is going to come true. I have way more confidence in looking at a point of view or looking at something and saying, well, he did that over there and he did a great job over there doing it. I think he's going to be able to pass that along to what you're doing at Nebraska, as opposed to just saying, oh, it's going to work out because it'll work out. Oh, just it'll happen because it happens. No, it's going to happen because you got the right people driving the wheel. And the right people driving the wheel, in my opinion, are Jeep Wade and Addison Williams. And they've done a hell of a job recruiting. And they, from all the information, they're very good at coaching as well. But who you really want driving the wheel, who everybody wants driving the wheel, is Curt Cignetti. Because he does that at such a high level. And Indiana has it. That's still, I feel like some people have gotten over that, and I will never get over that. Indiana, of all places, of all teams, of all historical football program, they're the team that has that guy who you can just go, yeah, this, and that, but look what he did with Rourke. Look at what he did with Hoover. Look at what he did with Omar Cooper and Kamara and D'Angelo Pons and Elijah Surratt and Pat Coogan. The list goes on and on. Of just all the dudes that he was able to evaluate and make better. top to bottom, through his coaching staff, who they've all stayed. I don't know how you could sell that. I don't know how you could look at Indiana and what they've built and say, nah, not going to happen. I ain't doing that. I will never do that until proven otherwise, because all the guy's done is gone 27-2 and won a national championship at Bloomington. I might end up betting on him.
Oh,
I got to think about it. Hit a break. Odd news coming up next.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Odd Son.
All right, I officially have a sickness when it comes to recruiting.
Oh, well, the first step is admitting it.
Because now I'm the only person right now waiting in the YouTube for Khalil Taylor's live commitment. So they're saying Colorado, Nebraska, Penn State, and it's
Colorado, Nebraska, Penn State.
Well, there's also Georgia, Ohio State, and Syracuse, which we've never been indicated that he would.
None of these schools are the same.
I know. Let's do the odd news with Josh Odson. What do we got?
Are you following this World Cup?
Yeah, I enjoy it. I'm a fan.
Seems pretty popular.
Yeah, it's doing good numbies. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it is. A missing World Cup fan was found safe in Barcelona with no idea his family had spent the past 10 days frantically searching for him. Michael Hewitt, 65-year-old soccer fan known to his friends as Little Mick.
Dang it, Josh.
I don't know if I can say that. Vanished while traveling from England to Boston to support the Leeds United FC players in the World Cup. I assume that's a team of some kind.
It was, yeah. Leeds was in the championship for a while, and then I believe now they're in the EPL. But they kind of go between both leagues.
He lost his family during a layover in Barcelona.
Okay.
His family said he doesn't seem to have made it to Boston. Our last contact with him was Sunday morning, June the 21st. His brother wrote on Facebook while asking the community for help. His phone is out of service. He hasn't posted any updates. As you can imagine, we are very worried. Days after, the family raised this missing persons case. The enthusiast was found safe in Barcelona. As it turns out, he was blissfully unaware the world was searching for him.
Yeah.
You see, his phone had died, and to prevent confusion, he decided to just stay where he was.
I mean,
which was a bar.
Yeah. I have some takes here. Number one, how does this happen in 2026?
Great question. I don't really know.
How does Home Alone happen? Right. Secondly, okay, your phone died. There's payphones. There's somebody else's phone.
Hey, I know
a charger?
I believe my family thinks I am missing. Could I use that phone back there? I understand I'm not supposed to. But...
One of the worst things that occurred because of phones was we forgot to memorize people's phone numbers.
Yep.
And we need to start doing that again.
I know my wife's, and that's about it.
I know my dad's, my mom's, my abuela's, and my brother's.
402-951-1620.
Oh, I thought you were actually giving out a...
No.
Can you imagine if I got lost and I called the radio station? Guys,
hey, put out an APB. Let them know this is where I'm at.
I'm okay. All right, I'm fine. By the way, good for. I mean, I was always told that if I had ever gotten left behind for any reason, just stay where you were, right, and we'll come back and we'll get you. I just imagine the guy went on a nice little vacation in Barcelona. He should have done better to communicate that he was okay, but kind of a baller
seemed like
move.
He had a couple pints and had a grand old time.
He seems happy.
Yeah.
What's our final odd news story of the day?
Truck spill of the week comes to us from get all these ads off of here. My goodness. I just want to read. People read still, right? 40,000 pounds of Frank's Red Hot sauce spilled over I-71 in Ohio. A sticky situation there in Delaware County. Our crews were out to highway trying to track it down, and actually were able to follow the trail of hot sauce to the cabin. Everyone's okay. They did not wash the sauce off the interstate for fears it would flush into the waterways. And they didn't want to get Frank's Red Hot into the waterways. So they had to have a hazmat crew come out and clean it.
That's tough. Are you looking at a picture with a bunch of guys in yellow suits right now?
Mm-hmm.
There's they just make the river like a crawfish boil,
Yeah.
And seriously, well,
Ohio could use a little spice.
Top 8, Matt McMaster's top 8 hot sauces. Frank's Red Hot would probably be 7. Cholula would be 1.
Love Cholula. Great.
Tapatio 2. Melinda's 3. There's like a diamond one, whoa, no, you know what? Number one would be Louisiana. The old school Louisiana hot sauce. That'd be number one.
One drop's all you need.
One Matt McMaster's vacation takes coming up next. I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
He's from the third largest village in the world, Skokie, Illinois. Middays with Matt on 1620, The Zone.
Wait till they hear the third one.
I thought it was the first one, but it wasn't. It's the last one.
It's the last one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
It's here. It is here. Mike Clay has released his ranking 2026 NFL rosters. Let's go.
Who the hell is Mike
What
Clay?
do you mean, who the hell is Mike Clay? Mike Clay's a stud. Mike Clay's awesome.
I prefer Mike Clayton.
No, I like Mike
John
Clay.
Clayton.
John Clayton. Best projected 2026 starting lineups in the NFL. Everyone is all over the Bills. Mina loves the Bills. Tice loves the Bills. Clay loves the Bills. Breer was talking about the Bills.
Until they get him some real help there, I'm out.
Here's the thing. I think I'm out because I know DJ Moore. Like I've watched like you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like there are people who go, "Oh, DJ Moore, look at the stats. Oh, great, blah blah blah, whatever. He's going to be the best receiver there." But I've watched it and like he doesn't run routes anymore. He just doesn't. He's not a route runner. That's why Rome was getting a lot of the targets. That's why, you know, Burden was getting a lot of targets at the end of the year because he just doesn't. He just runs to space. He doesn't run routes. And then there's a reason why Ben Johnson threw a lot of screen passes to him and put him in the backfield. I mean, had him take carries out of the backfield because they were just like, we got to get the ball in his hands. But he didn't really he didn't mold with what they were doing in Chicago. He didn't really fit. And I think if you're just going off of the principle, well, they had some really their weapons were Shakir and then a Keon Coleman who seemed he was 1 foot in, 1 foot out the entirety of the season. So that's a massive upgrade. Just the fact that they have a body there is a big deal. But everyone's all over the Bills. I don't know. I like the Bills. I don't love the Bills. But his article, dude, we're getting there, Josh. We're slowly creeping to football season.
All our dreams are coming true.
We go to the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Josh Peterson, our friend, tweeted out a picture of just him and I when someone said we're 1 month away from the NFL preseason, which is very funny. Great tweet from Corey, our friend. He goes, at Matt McMedia, boom, thank you. If you have to pay for chips and salsa, it's not a Mexican restaurant. It's not. It's not. It's not. You should not have to pay for chips and salsa. Just plain, unless you're going if you go to Applebee's, right? That's okay. If you want chips and salsa specifically, yeah, you probably have to pay for it. But if I'm going to Los Blank, Los enter your word, then I should be getting chips and salsa for free. I should not have to pay for it. We have a Rothstein tweet.
John Rothstein.
He tweets out
hoops.
He tweets out. This is big news. This is massive news. He's had so many tweets today. What is wrong with this guy?
Great question. What is wrong with John Rothstein?
Okay. In the last 24 hours, he's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22. He's had 25 tweets in the last 24 hours.
That's one an hour.
What is wrong with this?
Hard to write articles when you're tweeting all the damn time.
He tweets. Great point. He tweets, Nebraska's Connor Esigian has been fully cleared for all basketball-related activities and is practicing with no restrictions, per Fred Hoiberg. Averaged 10.7 points per game during the 2024-2025 season, but was limited to just 7 games last year due to injury. Connor Esigian was on my flight yesterday.
Whoa. Okay.
Coming back from Chicago.
This is huge news.
I saw him. I was like, that's a big guy. I was like, that's a taller individual. And then I saw his backpack and it was sick. It was it had NCAA March Madness backpack and then it had the little Herbie Husker above it. It was a dope backpack. I was like, that is sick. Now, here's the thing though. I did mog him low key.
You're mogging this guy?
Boarding group 2. I think he was boarding group 4. Tough. Got to get those frequent flyer miles up, Connor. You can shoot it from all around the park, but do you know who gets to go in the plane the second quickest? This guy right here. Got to get those miles up. You can't win at everything, clearly. Boarding group 4. Come on, man. Got to up your game a little bit. You're a big deal. Connor Esigian. So he's cleared to fully play. Could be, that could be. I mean, I mean, it definitely has I always joke about like Ty Berry with Northwestern basketball. Like he could just go off at any minute. You could have a Ty Berry game. Connor Seaton has the same ability there in terms of his shooting ability. It'll be interesting to see what that bench looks like. It'll be very interesting to see like who's coming off the Nebraska Cornhusker bench, like who's getting the most minutes off the bench, how do they kind of vary up the lineups? Like they got a lot of interesting pieces that they can play with. And I keep reading and watching and hearing great things about Jacob Lanier, the 4-star freshman, who could immediately make an impact for Nebraska basketball. So that could be pretty big. Okay, let's talk about my vacation takes. Had to write them down. Had to get them out.
Are these takes about vacation or takes you did not have the opportunity to share with us during your vacation?
Exactly.
Okay.
The second part.
That's okay.
The latter. You ask a long question, I go, yes. No. These are takes that I needed to get off my chest.
Where is
vacation.
LeBron going?
Okay, number one. I don't care about LeBron.
Whoa.
His legacy is his legacy. And I don't know if anything could change that. I think it is what it is at this point. I don't think him being the second or third best player on his 5th championship team is really going to make me think he's better than Michael Jordan.
I don't really think either.
I think it's done. If he wants to go and he wants to do that and he wants to be competitive again, because there hasn't been competitive like since he won the title, then like go ahead and do that. But like I don't care. Like all this coverage and all these people, like the LeBron sweepstakes, I don't give a damn. It's over. He is the second best player of all time. And you know what, Josh? You know what's wrong with that? Nothing.
Okay.
There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with him being the second. People get they just get so obsessed and they get like so like freaked out when you go, if they're a LeBron guy, you say he's the second greatest player of all time. Do you know what there are a lot of? NBA basketball players. To be second, that's a great little spot for you, Daniel. You know, you're a B+. That's great.
Hell yeah.
That's phenomenal. I don't care. Play the drop. I don't care. Number 2, Bosnia, dead to us. Add it on the list. Bosnia is dead to us. Herzegovina, on probation.
Okay.
But Bosnia, dead to us. They are the reason why some people go, I don't like soccer. There's too much flopping. I mean, it was crazy how much they were flopping and whining and complaining and moaning. I was so sick and tired of them. I did not enjoy watching them playing soccer. I did not.
Oh.
I was like, this is not fun. They're not good, and they just whine and moan. It's ridiculous. Number 3, Wrigley still smells. Wrigley Field, still very smelly.
Still smells.
And so we've talked about this. I've gained some weight, okay? I've added some LBs.
I haven't noticed.
Okay? Yes, you have. And, I'm getting better, got an injury, kind of, set me back. I had a tough time fitting into these seats. The seats were too small. My big butt was, I didn't feel comfortable in the Wrigley Field seats. I didn't. I was like, I'm taking up too much space in the seat. I didn't realize, because my entire life I've been a very skinny guy. I didn't realize how small the Wrigley Field seats are. They got to be bigger.
Mm-hmm.
There are men who are much bigger than I am. I don't understand how they do it.
There are often gentlemen larger than you.
They are.
At the Wrigley games. Yes.
They are. And I'm like, I don't know how they do it. I did not feel, they got to get bigger seats there. They never will, but they got to get bigger seats. Number 4, actually. Brad Stevens botched that whole thing, like from top to bottom, to the point where people are asking if he's still making the decisions. That's how bad it was.
It had to be an untenable situation, and he's like, "Get me out of here today."
I was tweeting with Ravi. Like,
you and Ravi, we're talking.
Yeah,
my stars.
I was tweeting with him, and I was like, "How do you not know that Jaylen Brown would get very upset that you wanted to trade him for Giannis?"
This is, yeah.
How you know him better than anybody else? He has been in your facility for a decade. You know this guy better than any other team in the country.
It's like the 3rd year in a row you've done this with him.
How did you not know that he was going to be very, very, very upset that you were willing to trade him? That is one of the biggest sins. Being you were surprised, you were shocked. that he took it personally? Jaylen Brown took something personally? What? What? What are you talking about? Of course he was going to be mad. You almost traded him for Anthony Davis. You almost traded him for Giannis Antetokounmpo. You've almost traded him for about 37,000 people. Fine. I don't blame him at all for being like, F this. I don't want to be here anymore.
There's a certain level where you're like, okay, it's just business, not personal. If you just year after year after year, guy after guy after guy, yeah, eventually, you're going to become
terrible.
A malcontent.
He just botched. And then, you got Paul George back. Really? Okay. 2 first-round picks. By the way, too, people were making some comparisons to the NFL, say this in NFL terms, and they were comparing the first-round picks that the Boston Celtics were getting from Philadelphia as first-round picks. Those aren't first-round picks. All right, let's make this very clear. If Philadelphia is good, a late-round first-round pick in the NBA is like a third-round pick in the NFL. For the comparison between NFL first-round picks and NBA first-round picks, an NFL first-round pick in NBA terms is like the first 7 selections.
Yeah.
First 8 selections. That's a first.
It's not even the entire lottery some years.
Yeah. That's an NFL equivalent of a first round in the NBA. The second round, the NFL equivalent of a second round draft pick is 8 through 20. And then 20 through 30 might as well be an NFL third round pick. So they got they did not get a good return in any way. They got worse. They got hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray. They got killed by the Philadelphia 76ers, by your rival.
I make fun of them all the time.
Your fans hate the 76ers.
I do.
By the way, and you made a great point. I listened to you when you were with Austin.
Thank you.
You're like, yeah, divisions don't really matter in the NBA, but you play the 76ers a lot.
Yeah.
You play them a ton.
He might be motivated those games.
You just gave the 76ers possibly their best player. And don't give me this whole Embiid thing. It doesn't play. It doesn't count. All right. Take number 5.
Take 5.
Oh, jeez. I love the premises of the holiday of 4th of July.
Careful.
I love what it stands for. I love the principle of it.
This is good.
I love being an American. I'm very lucky to be in America. Very lucky to be born here. Very lucky to be raised in America. I don't think I'm a 4th of July guy. I think I've discovered this.
Okay.
I'm a 4th of July guy up to 6 o'clock.
Yep. Precisely.
I'm
welcome to adulthood, Matt McMaster.
Barbecue, beer, people you like, outside, good weather, freshly mowed grass. It's perfect, right? Maybe
get them lines just right.
If you're bougie, you love a pool. You got a pool right there. Incredible stuff, the 4th of July. Until 6:01. Then it turns into loud fireworks, heathens running around, packed bars, expensive Ubers. It gets muggy. It gets sloppy. You're sweating. Bug bites are coming through. Once 6:01 hits on 4th of July, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I love 4th of July, 11 a.m. to 6. And then the nighttime comes, I'm like, I'm done. This isn't fun anymore. I smell. I got to take another shower. I've been outside all day. The dew point is ridiculous.
Oh, don't get me started on this dew point.
All right. I have 2 final takes from vacation.
2 final takes. Okay.
2 final. Number 1. Disclosure Day from Steven Spielberg. Could have been an email. Could have been an email. Could have been done so much quicker. I get it. Aliens are real. They were hiding it. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to spoil the movie, but that's it. Okay? There's a whole other subplot in there. It's fine. It was whatever. My dad loved it. My dad thought it was awesome. It was a fine movie. That's final take 1. Here's final take number 2. Okay? Who cares who Christopher Nolan casts in his movie?
A lot of people, apparently.
You guys are losers. It's his movie. He can do what he wants. Why are you getting? You haven't even seen the movie yet. You haven't even watched it. You haven't even consumed it. You haven't even seen these people act. You haven't seen the storyline, the plot, the dialogue. You've seen nothing. And you're upset because he didn't fan cast the way that you wanted, get over yourself. Get over it. It does not matter what you think in terms of who he cast.
It wasn't historically accurate.
It's a movie. The man's a genius. He can do what he wants. Yeah, he casted some people that maybe I wouldn't have cast for specific roles, right? Or whatever. Okay, cool. Watch the movie, then tell me you hate it, right?
I will. Don't worry.
And
Next thing you know, they'll have women as superheroes.
Why'd you sound like Ray Romano?
I don't know. It just kind of happened.
Why did that turn into Ray?
It did, didn't it?
It did, big time. Like that was a pretty good Ray Romano at the very end of that. When did QAnon guy become Everybody Loves Raymond?
Oh, my mom, my dad, I can't stand them.
Now it's like Fozzie Bear
Let's
too.
trudge
There's a
across-
little
there's a
Fozzie
little-
Bear.
there's a little crossover
There's a
there
little
between
Fozzie
those
Bear
two.
in yeah.
Let's trudge across the ice.
I'm just so sick and tired of these people getting so upset about who he casts for Odyssey. Who gives a damn? Go to the movie and watch the movie. And then tell me, then tell me it's bad. All right. Some people are already saying that this movie is a failure. Those people are idiots. Those people are dumb. They are stupid. I will have no problem going to the Odyssey, watching it and telling you, yeah, it was too long.
Yeah,
That's probably what I'm going to end up doing.
Going to happen. That will be the Monday, July 20th show. 2 weeks from today, Matt McMaster.
Could have been an email.
Sitting in that chair.
Does that annoy you that I don't like movies that are too long? Okay.
No, because in very, very general terms, movies are too long nowadays. I feel like we're on the back slope of that. I feel people have realized that, and they're making them shorter now. But
I didn't think Oppenheimer was too long.
I didn't either.
I went to Oppenheimer 4 times in theaters. Okay. I loved it. I had a very great experience. If your movie's good, I don't have a problem with the length. But you are setting yourself up for failure with me the longer your movie runs.
Mm-hmm.
I did try look.
You are not alone in that take.
I did try looking up Memento on
quick
the flight from Chicago to Omaha, and wasn't on there. They only had like 3 Christopher Nolan movies on the United's catalog. United's catalog used to be better.
Okay.
Used to be better. I remember growing up, they had a really good catalog. Now they're kind of lacking.
Okay. LL Hank in the YouTube chat brings up an excellent point. Matt, the Odyssey was already an email. That's called a book.
I'm pretty sure Stacy probably texted me that too.
Excellent point.
Yeah, I'm not going to read it though. Just like emails can get long as well. If you send me too long of an email, what? I'm not.
This movie would be more efficient as an email. I'm not going to read anything you send me. But
welcome to Middays with Matt, buddy boy. That's this show. I'm not going to read it. I didn't finish the last round, and by the way, I'm going to need your copy.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I'm going to need you to bring that in.
I also have the sequel. I hated it.
Wait, there's a sequel?
It's a trilogy. Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you need a sequel to that?
Great question.
Well, I don't know how it ends.
Well, because it was successful. That's why.
Yeah, I think they're going to make a Ratatouille movie, a Ratatouille 2.
I told you.
I think they're going to do it.
They just asked the first director. They will make another one if they want to make it. Now, Patton Oswalt it really holds the power here.
Great point.
Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say before in my life. He's the one that really controls whether or not we're doing another Ratatouille movie.
Oh my God, I just got my email for Tiburon on Wednesday.
Is it too long?
No, it's perfect.
Okay.
Terry writes quick emails. Terry's emails are quick to the point. I'm leading off. I'm on the A team on Tiburon on Wednesday.
Pace setter.
We are screwed if my handicap is the best. We are so screwed if that's the case. That's incredible. Yeah, look, Terry sends me the longer form email under it, and I never read that ever.
Oh, okay. Terry knows you.
Terry, of course.
You got to know your guys. I mean,
One of my best friends in Omaha is a retired 66-year-old man who I play golf with. It's awesome.
Totally normal.
Completely normal. All right, let's talk about Husker football. That's a normal thing to do here in early July, right?
Sure, absolutely.
I want one thing. I want one thing from Husker football this year. Like this is the one thing that if I get it, I'm like, this season rocked. This season was sick. And I got it from the Bears last year. And like Chris Paul in the NBA Finals, I'm addicted. Okay. I am addicted to it. I need more of it. Let's talk about that coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right. Mike Clay. That's it.
Mike Clay, you were just a segment ago. You were excited about this man, or was it 2?
He ranked the Bears 17th in terms of talented roster. He ranked the team I'm going to pick to go very far 13th. Okay, which I'm not going to reveal that team name yet.
It's almost like that team you think is going to go very far isn't going to go very far.
I'm not going to do
It's our biggest disagreement in the history of the show.
We should make a bet. 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 We should make money.
If you say
whiskey.
anything else, I'll make a bet with you.
What do you want? You want dinner?
Ooh.
Do you want me to rebuy Jericho's and reopen it?
If someone could do that
immediately,
I would be your first customer.
Okay.
Should we call Chris Jericho?
It's
spelled differently.
Can I be real with you? I watched like 6 Chris Jericho interviews over the week.
Yeah,
like over vacation. I just kept watching. He told a story about how they wanted Christian and him to just drop trow at a show.
What?
They just wanted him to get naked at a show. Like that was the plot of a Monday Night Raw. Like people steal his clothes and then he just shows up naked.
Okay,
and like
funny bit,
and he's just and like
I don't know how you execute.
And
he
was telling Vince, he's like, I don't want to be naked in front of 10,000 people, and like Vince was like, well, that's the bit, like that's the joke. And he's like, okay, well, what if we put like
kind of explains things
like,
about Vince,
like underwear that like blends into my skin, so it's like, and then you could put the digitized thing, and so it's like maybe the people at home think I'm actually like naked, but like I'm not actually naked in front of 10,000 people. And Vince goes, that's not as funny. Can't do that. So that's what I learned. I'll buy you a Maker's Mark whiskey bottle.
What are the
San Diego Chargers or the Los Angeles Chargers don't win a playoff game?
Almost had them at San Diego. Would have been a loophole.
If the Los Angeles Chargers do not win a playoff game,
all right,
I will buy you a Maker's Mark whiskey bottle.
All right.
And if they do win a playoff game, we have to prank Austin Jacobson, and you have to be fully in on it. And I need your full commitment.
Okay.
It actually, you have like
these are excellent stakes.
I will be part of it, but you have to fully plan out a prank against Austin Jacobson if the Chargers win a playoff game.
Okay.
Do you agree on that?
I agree to terms.
All right, perfect.
You're all witnesses.
Whiskey for a prank. That's what we're doing. I think the Chargers are going to be great. And in all seriousness, I think this Mike Clay article pretty good. I don't think the Bills should be as high. He's got the Green Bay Packers 10th. I think that makes a lot of sense. They still are a very talented roster. I'm not biased here. If the Packers did not get hurt last year, they could have made it to the Super Bowl. If they didn't lose Zach Tom and Tucker Kraft and Michael Parsons, they were banged up all year long. They could have legitimately contended to make it to the Super Bowl. I think they would have given the Rams a run for their money. But they have a coach who doesn't know how to manage late game situations, and they were just absolutely battered. Texans 9. I think the Houston Texans are a very sneaky football team this year. Very sneaky.
You've said this before.
I just think for them, if their quarterback plays well, then they're going to be good because DeMeco Ryans has that defense like insane. They're so good. Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson are both on the edge of the season. I mean, they're going to give quarterbacks no time to throw the football. I mean, they are. I said this last year. Like, there were a lot of teams that had Super Bowl caliber defenses last year, but their offenses just couldn't ride with it. And very sneaky addition for the Texans. They added Reed Blankenship, which I think that is a very big concern for the Philadelphia Eagles that they don't have Reed Blankenship on that secondary last year. I thought Blankenship is a very, very underrated player in the NFL. Broncos 8, cool. Patriots 7. Yeah, I'd probably switch them in the Broncos. Lions 6 checks out. Baltimore at 5 is interesting. I mean, they didn't have a great offseason.
Yeah.
They didn't really have, and like Derrick Henry's another year older. I question, do they really have top guys when it comes to receiving the ball? I liked the Jacoby Lane pick. I like Jacoby Lane a lot out of USC, but Mark Andrews is another year older. That defense still is very, very good. And Kyle Hamilton is one of the best players in all of the NFL. But their line is old again. And they lost Tyler Lindenbaum, right? And they didn't do a whole lot to replace him either. I question that. I don't think I would have Baltimore 5. I get it. Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry make an argument that they're the best quarterback running back duo in the league, but I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about them being 5. I'd put Denver ahead of them. I'd put Detroit ahead of them. New England being 7 is curious to me. I'd probably put Houston above New England. 1, 2, 3 though. Rams, Eagles, Seattle. Which for a man who's my favorite team is in the NFC, not great to see. Not great to see. Not great to see that, according to Mike Clay, the 3 most talented rosters in the NFL are 3 teams my team is going to have to beat in order to make it to the Super Bowl, which I really want to happen. Let's talk about what I want from Nebraska football this year. So I was thinking about this. This is kind of like a thought experiment. Because I don't think I complain about Nebraska football as much as maybe some others might, but I definitely do. I definitely do complain. I definitely do get upset about it. And I was thinking to myself, Josh, I was like, what's going to make me happy? Right? Like I was being my own therapist. I'm like, you get so wound up and you get so mad and you get frustrated and you blow up if they don't play well. What's going to make you happy? What's going to satisfy you?
Right.
Right? Like, this is an honest question I ask myself, because it's like, if there's not an answer to that, then that's unfair to Nebraska football, right? If you can't come up with the answer, hey, what is going to satisfy you? And it can't be at least reasonable, because yes, you can say, well, national championship is going to set, but that's not a reasonable expectation for this year. I'm going to have a whole other conversation about that. But if you can't answer that question, what's going to satisfy you this year? I think that's not fair to them. And I was thinking about it, and if they were to win 8 games, if they were to win 9 games, obviously that would be satisfactory. Obviously that would make me happy. But then immediately, what does it turn into? Well, now you got to take the next step, right? Now you got to win 10. Now you got to win 11. So yeah, it satisfies you for a second, until then you're going, all right, now you got to take another step, right? And that's not, I don't like that it doesn't last that long. I'm not a fan that immediately, because I know me, I immediately I would go, all right, now you got to do the next thing. Now you got to win more games. So I was thinking, no, what's really going to make you happy? What's going to make you remember the season with a ton of joy, that you're going to think back and be like, man, that was cool. That was dope. That was fun. I enjoyed that season. I put a lot of thought into this. And it really just boils down to Anthony Calandria being awesome. Because I experienced that with Caleb Williams. I experienced what it's like having a quarterback that just makes absolutely incredible plays, wins you games at the buzzer, does all the things you need to do in the fourth quarter. And I had never, my whole life has been terrible quarterback play. Has been just other than 3 years of Jay Cutler. It's just been, horrendous play from that position. And so having that joy of seeing your quarterback play at a very high level, I was like, I can't believe people experience this year after year. I can't believe this is insane. And that's what I want for Nebraska. I want Calandria just to be awesome, and just for us to look back and be like, man, yeah, they won 8 games, and yeah, they didn't win a national championship, and sure, you can have all that conversation, but that was fun, dude. you remember that one game he did this? Do you remember that one game he did that? You know, that one game he did this? Like, that's what I want. That is going to satisfy me more than anything.
I follow.
Having like that guy, having that quarterback where you're like, holy crap, every time, you know, I talked about this before, back in the morning show. Like, I would always root against Kevin Durant. And Kevin Durant would have the ball in his hands. And it would like, I'd get fearful, you know? Like, I'd be like, oh my God, he's going to do something. And I loved hockey growing up. And I rooted for the Blackhawks. Every time Patrick Kane got the puck on his stick, you could hear the United Center like murmur, like buzz, because it's like, oh my God, he's got the puck. He's going to do something. I want that for a Nebraska quarterback. I want like, and we've had that in the past, guys. I'm not saying that. I know we've had that in the past. You had Taylor Martinez. You had all those guys back in the day. I get it. But it's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Been a while.
Where you're like, oh, Anthony's going to do something. Jimmy goes, a baller at the QB position just hits different. It's just different. It's just different. That's what I want. I want Anthony Calandria to be a baller. I want him to be awesome. And I also, too, want, like, I want to have a little bit more confidence in this team's ability to develop the quarterback. Because let's be honest, guys, the Nebraska football team has not been good at developing quarterbacks under Matt Rule. I've
noticed.
Has not. They failed to fix the problems with Jeff Sims. I'm not really going to, I don't want to comment too much on like Purdy and Harburg. They were just put in bad situations, but they couldn't fix Jeff Sims. They couldn't develop Dylan Raiola. TJ Lateef wasn't ready as a freshman. He just, played really well against UCLA, but the Iowa game, the Penn State game, left a lot to be desired. I give him a ton of credit, though, for his Iowa performance. He was hurt, and I will never question that guy's toughness. That guy's as tough as they come playing in that game with how banged up he was. But, I get very excited for Trey Taylor, and we talk a lot about Trey Taylor, but the tail of the tape will tell you that Matt Rule here at Nebraska hasn't been successful developing quarterbacks. If you want to go to the NFL, the tail of the tape will tell you that Matt Rule over the last 7 years, that is the one position he hasn't been able to figure out. He could not figure it out in Carolina. It's been tough sledding to figure it out here at Nebraska. If they were to hit on this guy and he is everything that you think he can be and more, that's the type of energy. That's the type of positivity. That's the type of that's how you reinvigorate a fan base. And, I think that some people hear Anthony Calandria, the Diego Pavia of Nebraska. And some people scoff at that. And I get it. Pavia is a very polarizing figure. Guys, if Anthony Calandria were to be that, though, it'd be incredible. Diego Pavia, that Vanderbilt football program was dead in the water. They were an afterthought. They were a joke. Nobody took them seriously. He came in, and now they got a 5-star quarterback who committed to them. Now they got some legitimate guys who are invested in Vanderbilt football. That's the type of guy Nebraska needs. That's the type of performance Nebraska needs. That's the type of thing that this football program, more than anything, just needs. A guy at that position, at that quarterback position, comes in, who rips it up, just absolutely kills it, and has this fan base just yearning for more and reminiscing about how awesome he was. That's what I want. That's what satisfied me. I think it was a fair question to ask myself. What's going to satisfy you? That one. I honestly, if he were awesome, I don't care if they win 8 games or they win 9 games or they would. I would just be like, man, that was so much fun. That was a great time. I tuned in every single week to Nebraska football. So hyped up because that guy was awesome and he always had the ball in his hands. And I think if they were to get that, it's more than just does it turn into wins and losses? it turns into turning the vibe around. Because I made the joke tweet where my dad told me, like, he was like, here's what I think is going to happen for Nebraska football. This is how many wins they're going to have. My dad thinks they're going to go 4-8. So I tweeted it out. Hey, big Mike McMaster made his prediction. He thinks Nebraska's going to go 4-8. Josh, I had 30 comments on that tweet.
30.
I had so many people who were just like, yeah, might be right. Had some more people like, probably 6-6. Had some other people who said I'm an idiot. And I was like, wasn't my prediction. Call my dad an idiot. Don't call me an idiot. But that's what this fan base needs. This fan base just needs something. It's more than just needing wins. This fan base needs something where they are like fired up to go to the TV. They are fired up to go to the game. They want more than anything. They go to bed Saturday night thinking, man, I cannot wait for Calandria to take another step. That's what this fan base needs. It needs more. It needs more than just, hey, they won. They made it to the playoffs or they made it to a bowl game. They need people want to be salivating over this.
Even if it didn't
in the middle of the
result in
season.
wins, it would just something to like, he's fun to watch.
Because look, we salivate in the preseason,
Mm-hmm.
right? We salivate in the offseason. There's nothing more than we want than Nebraska football right now in July and in June and in August. But in the middle of the season, history has told us that you kind of get sick and tired of them around like the October area. And then you go, oh, here comes November. And then they, lose a bunch of games. What's going to satisfy me? Anthony Calandria being awesome. I think it'd be awesome. Awesome for this football program. All right. Let's take a break. So we got some more football to talk about. Robin Washut going to be on here at 1:20. We'll talk a little World Cup as well. They've been talking about Antonio Freeman's son being on the World Cup team for the last 3 hours. Is that how dormant we are in terms of football coverage right now? Are these?
I'm not going to lie to you, Matt. This show has Good Morning Football is on our television. This is the first time I've seen them at the desk having a conversation.
I thought it died.
I've only seen them throwing it to ESPN video packages all day, which is wild. You don't even need the person. You don't even need Jamie there throwing it to the ESPN. Just air the ESPN packages, like if that's what you're going to do.
I watched the Tour de France, or Tour de France. Sorry,
it's back.
Yeah, stage 2 was yesterday. I believe stage 3 was today.
Wow.
I was watching it. Terrible broadcast.
It's not on what to watch.
No, it's a terrible broadcast. It's awful. I hated it. I hated every second of it. I did. Let me tell you right now, NASCAR, Dale Earnhardt Jr. should be nominated for new broadcaster of the year or some sort of Emmy or whatever. He is awesome. If you're a NASCAR fan and Dale Jr. is doing your analysis, you're like, hell yeah. He is so good at broadcasting. Dale Jr. was an incredible driver. Okay?
Facts.
He might be a better broadcaster than a driver.
Hello.
He's getting up there. He's that good at it. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. All right, we got more incredible things to talk about here on Middays with Matt coming up next on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
I'll be I don't want to speak on behalf of everybody, but I think a majority of the people who are listening to the show will be rooting for the red, white, and blue tonight, taking on Belgium. Which Belgium has been my adopted team in the FIFA World Cup for quite some time now. I'm not.
You should get one of those hats.
Oh, yeah. People are still asking, why am I wearing a house divided Northwestern Nebraska hat? And to which I would respond to you, why aren't you wearing a house divided Nebraska Northwestern hat?
Because I don't let traitors in my house.
I'm not a traitor. Okay. This is perfect. This is left brain and right brain Matt. All right. Left brain is telling me I graduated from Nebraska. I'm a proud alumni. I love my school. All right. I really do. I love Nebraska. And the right side of my brain is telling me, remember where you grew up? Grew up in Evanston, Illinois, right there, going to games, Ryan Field. Shout out to your Rosita. Would always park at her place. And we'd go. It was awesome. All right. I have a love for both schools in my heart, and this hat represents it. Thank you so much to Mike Schaefer for gifting it to me. It's a prized possession of mine. A gift.
A prized possession.
It's an unprecedented gift.
You're hearing that more and more these days.
More and more. It's not just David Booth in Kansas. It's receiving a gift from Mike Schaefer of an incredible hat. But most people, I think, are listening to the show or rooting for the red, white, and blue tonight against Belgium. Speaking about unprecedented things, Folarin Balogun. I've heard it said so many times. So many
literally have zero idea.
All right. Well, anyway, they're letting him play after he got a BS red card against Bosnia-Herzegovina. Dead to us. First off, this entire situation is botched. He should never have gotten the red card. It was absolutely ridiculous. They went to VAR and did that whole thing, and they gave it to him. So this whole situation, it's all mucked. It's all screwed up anyway. All right, it's all a mess. Okay. Then FIFA says, well, you can't appeal, and we're not going to review it. And then the president of the United States called the president of FIFA, and then
you mean Peace Trophy recipient, president of the United States?
Yes.
Just and facts right.
And things got changed. And Belgium is very upset about it. It just came out a little bit ago that FIFA is not letting Belgium appeal. They're
Can't
like,
triple stamp a double stamp.
You cannot triple stamp a double stamp. So Balogun is going to be able to play. Okay. I totally understand Belgium being pissed off about this. I also totally understand the decision of being like, well, it was a BS foul and whatever. We're going to reverse it. Let me read you, though, real quick, a headline from ESPN. This is written by Mark Ogden. I'm sure he's a great writer. He goes, this is his headline. Nobody benefits from FIFA letting Balogun off the hook. Not even the U.S. men's national team. Nobody benefits from FIFA letting Balogun off the hook. Let me stop you right there, Mark. That is not true at all. Okay? The only people who don't benefit are Belgium. Okay? But they were benefiting off of something that, frankly, they shouldn't have been benefiting off of. He should not have gotten a red card. That was a joke. They were given a gift. That gift was taken away. But I'll just say this. To say that nobody benefits, everybody benefits. The U.S. men's national team benefits. FIFA benefits. The ratings benefit. United States fans watching the game, they benefit from it because one of the best players is going to be playing for the U.S. men's national team. The only people who don't benefit are Belgium, and they're pissed. And frankly, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all for being mad about this whole situation.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they're not people like you and me. Live in a better country.
I totally get them being upset. I have no ill will towards Belgium being pissed off that this happened because it is unprecedented. It's a very unprecedented decision. It only happened. I think the only other time it happened was 1962. That's crazy. Okay. But to say nobody benefits, come on. A lot of people benefit. That's why FIFA made this decision.
Don't lose the game before it even starts, Belgium.
We are. I mean, that's something that a lot of my teams do. They lose games before they step on the field. Hopefully, United States doesn't do that. All right, we got Robin Washut coming up at 1:20 here on Middays with Matt.
Family Man Josh Hodson. Family Man Matt Mc... You're kidding me, right? They want me to read this? Okay. Family Man Josh Hodson. Family Man Matt McMaster. I'm sorry, there's just no way I'm going to get through this. You're listening to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
The laugh track was very Big Bang Theory.
It was. I just felt it needed something in that spot.
1620 The Zone has tickets to the upcoming Omaha Storm Chasers game Friday, July 17th versus Lehigh Valley at 7 p.m. Everything Nebraska night, 1620 The Zone. Sponsor night. Some of the crew will be there to throw out the first pitch. Listen all week to Happer and Schaefer for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the game. Should be incredibly exciting at the Storm Chasers game. We'll have a lot of fun. All right. Let's talk about the Nebraska running back room. Let's talk about. I hear you and Austin had a riveting conversation.
Well, we were going to, and then LeBron took it upon himself without consulting us to not declare his intentions, but declare his not intentions. I do not intend to play for the Lakers.
Do you feel like I'm having an issue with this? Because I do want to talk about it, but I want to keep the bit going where you don't talk about it.
I mean,
by the way,
we're getting to it.
By the way, Belgium is now threatening to not play this game tonight.
Go for it.
Did you?
Don't bother. Don't bother.
Did you hear this?
We'll
Did
take
you
a
read
bye.
about this? Adam Crafton, who I've never heard of before all the soccer news started breaking, but he's the soccer guy, I guess. He's Mr. Soccer, Adam Crafton.
Mr. Soccer.
He goes, the Belgians, however, continue to fire warning shots. They say they continue to contest the eligibility of Allegan and say they have told U.S. Soccer they reserve all options if he is on the team sheet tonight. What does reserve all options mean? What does that even mean? Is that a threat? Are you threatening me?
You got no options. You play the game or you don't. I guess you have two options.
How? Okay, don't play the game.
We'll take a bye into the round of 8.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Quarterfinals?
Yeah, it's quarterfinals. You watching a lot of Wimbledon, by the way?
Not as much as I normally do. I just don't know any of these people. I feel old.
I watched Naomi Osaka.
She could be a big dub.
Massive dub for
Yeah.
her. She's won 4 majors, and they were like calling that one of her biggest victories ever.
Well, she quit the game.
Every time I see Sabalenka play, she loses.
It's your fault. Okay.
I haven't seen that woman continues to be the #1 tennis player in the world, and I've never seen her win.
She's reserved all options when Matt McMaster is watching.
Apparently. Same thing with Sinner. Connor Happer was right. That guy, all I ever hear about is him losing matches he shouldn't be losing.
I mean, 5-setter in round 1.
Has he been dominating since then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he pretty good?
Really woke him up.
Are you worried about the Nebraska running back room, Josh Hodson?
Am I? Yes.
I think I'm not as worried. I'm definitely worried for an injury now. That's what scares me the most now.
We're just gonna revert back to this. Well, you know, whatever we can't get from the running back position, we'll just have our quarterback dance around there.
So that is something that Severe brings up every time. And I do think
that's a real thing, though.
Oh my God, it is. And I think you have to remind yourself about that. And you really just have to remind yourself because you haven't seen, Anthony Calandria in a Nebraska uniform. You haven't. I mean, you got to kind of remind yourself, okay, they're going to be able to do some interesting things in the backfield with him, which I'm hot and cold on. Like yes, him being able to run, awesome. I'd also like him to play every game. And quarterback safety and quarterback health, especially when you're running the football.
Big Ten physical conference. I don't know if you knew that.
Very much so. So, you don't get me wrong. You can be a running quarterback in the Big Ten. It's just, you can't, in my opinion, you can't fully rely on that. You can't fully rely on that. You got to be very careful in terms of situations that you're putting your quarterback in because, more than anything, they just need him to be out there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is according to Husker Online. Sean Callahan wrote his weekly rundown today on Mekhi Nelson's status. Quote, we still don't know the status of running back Mekhi Nelson following his aggravated battery incident in Key West, Florida. We know Nelson got back to Lincoln on Wednesday and is set to have a virtual hearing in the days ahead. Until that process is completed, it's hard to know what happens next. Okay. Let's just have a conversation here about what if he's not on the team. Okay. Let's just say he's not on the team next season. Let's have that conversation. I really like Isaiah Mosey. I continue to sell myself on him.
A Mosey man.
I am drinking the Kool-Aid. He's gained a lot of weight. There were times early on in the season where it was very clear he is a wide receiver playing running back. And there were multiple runs where I was just like, why didn't you hit that hole? Why didn't you just put your head down and hit it? Why didn't you just go? And it was just kind of clear that he was still learning and he was thinking. You could actively see him thinking of what he needed to do. And that's not great for a running back, right? You need to be very instinctive. You need to be as quick as possible. And so as the season went on, though, you see him being more comfortable and you see him thinking left and you see him being more instinctual. And you go ahead and you listen and you hear about all the things about what he's doing at practice. And it seems like he's finally becoming comfortable in that position. And he's put on some really good weight and he can be physical now. And so you add in the fact that he's becoming more comfortable at the position. His body is now more formed to be a running back as opposed to a wide receiver, and his catching ability. I think that his versatility provides some pretty interesting options for what Nebraska can do on the defense or on the offensive end. And then you add in the fact that, Jamal Rule is explosive. Jamal Rule can be a home run hitter. And that's why Emmett got drafted where he got drafted. Emmett Johnson got drafted in the later rounds and wasn't a second, third round running back because he didn't necessarily have that breakaway home run speed. Emmett could make guys miss, but he wasn't a guy where he had to make one guy miss and then he hit his head on the goalpost. Like that's not what Emmett was. And I'm not throwing any shade at Emmett. Emmett is insane. Emmett is phenomenal. But that's the one thing that Nebraska was really missing in that backfield. Like they used Emmett 80% of the time, and they didn't have that home run hitter. Jamal Rule can be that home run hitter. I like the combination of what Rule can be as a freshman running back. And I love the combination of Mosey and his versatility and him catching the ball out of the backfield and him just becoming more comfortable as a runner in the running back spot. I like that combo. And Mekhi, to me, and this is just assuming that he's not on the team, right? We're just talking as if, we don't know, but let's just assume, for this sake of this conversation, he's not on the team. Mekhi added an element of like, all right, well, there's another really serviceable running back that you could use, that you could hand the ball off to. There's an option, right? And it was going to be interesting to see who was going to fully take control of that running back group, right? I think that Mekhi, had the inside track being the number 2 running back last year to do that. And, it almost, I looked at this room as, all right, well, you have 3 viable options and you're hoping one of them can pop. And I'll tell you this, heading into last season, I heard a lot of people saying, hey, watch out for Mekhi Nelson. Watch out for Mekhi Nelson. He can be a guy. He can be a dude. He can be a contributor. And, they just kind of stuck it with Emmett. But you saw those flashes in the Utah game. And so this is a guy who very easily could have been their number 1 running back. But even if he wasn't, still a very viable option to have in that running back room. And you lose, not only, I mean, this isn't a situation, in my opinion, Josh, where it's like you're losing an all-star, you're losing a superstar. But you could be losing here a very, very key piece in terms of how the offense could be running. And that's concerning. And so like having those 3 running backs, if one of them were to have gotten hurt, I'd still feel pretty comfortable about the running back. I'd be like, okay, let's say Mosey gets hurt. That's disappointing, obviously. But you still have two guys that you can hand the ball off to and you feel like your running back room will be pretty solid. You can hypothetically add in any of those guys into that conversation. If Mekhi were not to be on this team, you lose that luxury. And you're really hoping that your guys can stay healthy. And I loved it when Severe was on the show a couple of weeks ago talking about how it's not necessarily how do you look when you're 100%, how do you look when you're 70%? Because you get hurt and you get banged up in the season as a running back. And so I view the potential of Mekhi Nelson not being on this roster not so much as a dang it, like who's going to run the ball? Like, no, they got guys who can do that. Like they're going to be fine at the running back room with Mosey and Rule. But I more so look at it as like, man, better hope they don't get hurt. Right? Like I look at it as like, man, that's a really, and I don't want to call Mekhi a depth piece. I don't want to say that because he could be the number one guy, but you lose an option. You lose a guy who could be your dude. And that's disappointing if he were not to be on this roster, and we'll see what happens and what decisions are made there. But it is a lot. I mean, it's a potentially a really big loss for this team. And I remember having like conversations with people about, why, in the past, Nebraska, they would look really good in the beginning of the season and then they'd kind of falter a little bit toward the end. Well, it's because they didn't have a ton of depth and a lot of guys would get banged up and they would get hurt, and I think that this team is built more, in my opinion, to sustain those injuries and not to sustain those injuries, to sustain, like well, I mean, this team is definitely built more now to still play at a pretty high level. I mean, they're just deeper. This team's just deeper. This team, it's the most talented team that Matt Rule's had. So, still though, with Mekhi, we'll see what the decision is. It's a big blow. It's a big blow if he were not to be on this roster. Plain and simple. I still like the running back room. I still think they're going to be fine. But not having him potentially could prove to be pretty costly, especially if you get later into the season. And it's just, I know Michael loves Connor Booth. I know that. And they've talked about Quinn and Ives,
K2, Q2,
a ton.
What?
A ton.
What are we calling him?
I don't know. I called him Herschel Walker because that's how they would talk about him. That was a pretty mean
They like
nickname.
him.
That was a pretty mean nickname. I mean, they talked about him so much. Captain goes, most talented team Rule has had. LMAO, that's fun. And, well, yeah. Most talented team in Nebraska he's had, for sure. Maybe not as talented. I'm not comparing this roster to the Baylor roster or anything like that. I'm saying in terms of the teams that they've had at Nebraska, this is Matt Rule's most talented team. This is Matt Rule's deepest team, for sure. I like the running back room now with Mosey and Rule. It's just I'm a lot nervous. A lot more.
I feel like the running back room is Anthony Calandria.
Ooh, how so?
He will be running the ball better than anyone else on the team.
Probably. Which
that's
not
good.
I'm a little nervous about that.
Yeah.
We're all a little nervous.
Everybody's a little bit nervous.
I mean, it's one of those things where I just look at Mosey and I look at Rule, what they did in spring ball, what you read about Mosey, what you've seen from him getting more comfortable, him gaining the right weight. I'm like, it makes sense. In theory, he should bring a lot of pieces, or a lot of different things that you can do on the offensive end. And what you've seen from Rule, you go, okay, that guy can be the home run hitter. And Captain brings up a great point. Running back room had 304 yards combined rushing last year. That's tough. Like that's the thing. In theory, and this is the Kool-Aid part, right? Like in theory, the running back room has the pieces to be pretty good. It's just you haven't seen it, and they haven't really been given the opportunity to. I'm telling you, they can be good. They have the talent, they have the ability to. It's just all three of those guys, and this is why this is a big blow. They all have the ability to be really good. We just don't know. And now you've lost one of your roles at the craps table.
Right.
Like that's just what it is.
Where
You
are you
had-
at on the Kool-Aid meter?
I have filled up the water and I've put it on the table,
Okay.
but I haven't opened up my packet yet. But the pitcher of water is filled.
Mhm.
To me, and this is of course Matt McSports book here. Like, the comparison is this: you had 3 cranks of the slot machine. Okay, you had 3 presses of the button in terms of one of these 3 running backs working out.
Triple crank.
You know, you had 3 opportunities because I think they all have the talent to be very, very good in the Big Ten. And unfortunately, you know, we'll see what happens, but they could have lost one of those presses of the button, which is tough. It's tough to lose that potentially. I still think, though, that with Mosey and Rule, I still think they could be pretty good. Captain goes, I'm with Josh. Calandria is a running back. I get a little bit nervous with putting the full responsibility on your quarterback in the Big Ten to be the guy who's going to contribute from a running game perspective, which is a great stat. I think Gillen was the first quarterback to start all 12 games for Nebraska like 2 seasons ago, and it was first time in like a decade. It's one of those things too where it's like Calandria can't get hurt either. Just I don't know how much I trust that backup quarterback battle will be very interesting. It'd be very nice if we get like a development of like, hey, these guys both look good actually. Because I am very, 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 very nervous if Calandria cannot stay healthy throughout this entirety of the year. All righty, let's talk to Robin Washut. Talk a little Husker basketball coming up here on 1620 Zone.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays Matt here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Monday at around 1:22. Right now we bring in Robin Washut from Husker Online and On 3. Robin, how are you?
Doing well. How are you guys?
I'm doing phenomenal. I just got back from vacation, so I'm like, I don't know. Like it's just been a weird day. You know, I feel like I'm like relapsing back into work.
Reality is slowly settling in by the minute.
Without a doubt. How have you taken your vacation yet?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. I went to the mountains and capped it off with a emergency appendectomy. So
oh yeah, I forget. Sorry, bad memories. My apologies. But little news from I mean, I think you already knew this. This was just reporting from Fred Hoiberg. But John Roski tweeted out that Connor Siege is all clear, ready to go for basketball activities after he played 7 games last season and then missed the rest of the season with a leg injury. My question to you, Robin, is like, I think we know, we're pretty confident about what the starting lineup is going to be. And then I think just out of necessity, you go Leo Curtis. Okay, he's going to be coming off the bench because you need, that backup big, or maybe it's Wilkinson. But outside of kind of Kale, do you really know what the rest of the bench is going to look like? Is it kind of up for grabs at this point for you in terms of who could be key contributors coming off the bench for Nebraska football or basketball?
Yeah, basketball. Yeah, for sure. It's wide open. And that's kind of a routine thing this time of year. We were having the same discussions a year ago, and then you saw all that depth can shrink down very quickly where you get some injuries, like Connor getting hurt a few games in, Ugnius Jurasevicius never playing, Kendall Blue not being what they thought they were getting. And so those are 3 guys right there that, were supposed to be fixtures in the rotation that suddenly were hardly in the equation whatsoever. So, it's fun to kind of toy around with different lineups right now, but the reality is that there's just still so much competition and work left to play out here that it's just kind of a guessing game at this point. I agree that, the starting 5 for the most part is pretty established. I mean, obviously things can change, but, I think that, when you look at Lenhart and Price and Frager and Orm and Kapke, those are probably your clear front runners for the starting 5. And then it's just, I think, a matter of kind of who's hot, who emerges over the next couple months, because Connor Seasons is as veteran of a player as there is on this roster, and when he's hot, there's few better 3-point shooters in the conference and maybe the country than him. So you have to put him in that discussion. Leo Curtis, you have to put him in that discussion. Taj DeGorville, you have to put him in that discussion. And so there's a lot of guys, and then obviously Kale. So that right there, that's 4 guys off the bench. And it's been a long time since Nebraska legitimately went 9 deep. And there's more players that could make a case. Like you said, Wilkinson. I mean, if Leo doesn't take the offseason jump that Nebraska is hoping and counting on, Wilkinson's going to very much be in that conversation as well to take some minutes at that 5 spot. So, there's a lot of different ways Nebraska can play, a lot of different lineups they can use, and there'll probably be a who's hot and who's healthy and who is playing the best basketball. That's all ultimately going to determine what that rotation looks like come the official start of the season grind.
Well, that, and you named all those names, which was incredible. And then I thought of Will Cooper. I've heard nothing but his ability. Like, he's a really, really good shooter. I mean, a lot of people talk very highly about his ability behind the 3-point line. So it's like one of those things where it's like, there's another name of a guy who could be competing for minutes. Around this time last year, Robin, I started hearing, and there were starting to be some whispers, and you were writing about it, about Braden Frager. There was a little buzz going on in terms of, hey, Frager's looked really good at camp, and Frager has been getting better, and so on and so forth. And there was building up for some hype for him, and then he had the season that he had. Are you experiencing a similar thing with Jacob Lanier, the 4-star freshman, right now in terms of
all those guys?
Yeah,
and we didn't even mention their 2 4-star top 100 freshman they brought in. Obviously Colin Rice is out right now with that broken hand injury, but he should be coming back relatively soon. But Jacob Lanier has hit the ground running in his first taste of college basketball. And, a lot of it, guys can look good in practice, but, to this point, really, guys, going back to last week, they hadn't done any like full 5-on-5 work. Like a lot of it had been real situational, half court, small group, individual drills. So, I mean, it's certainly good that he was playing well, but the degree of difficulty and that acclimation is only going to get more and more difficult for both of those freshmen. And ultimately, a lot of it is how quickly can you adapt to the speed of the game, especially with all the basketball IQ, things that players that play for Fred Hoiberg and Nate Lenzer have to excel at for this thing to work. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't know what you're doing, you're not in the right place, you can't play them. So like, that's kind of the big hurdle over these next few months is just mentally mastering the system on both ends, because it's a thinking man system on both offense and defense. With the way that Nebraska plays. And then, you're playing in arguably the best conference in all college basketball. And so the physicality element is a massive factor for any true freshman. So, both of those things ultimately will decide where they fall into the pecking order. But, before Colin got hurt, there was a lot of praise about, the way that he had kind of started things out. And then obviously Jacob has been everything that Nebraska hoped he would be and more. But they're just getting started. And that's kind of thing you got to keep in the back of your mind when you have these discussions, especially about true freshmen, because, after them is a whole bunch of grown-ups, 23, 24-year-old guys that have played a lot of basketball. And so, there's a lot of just maturity things, both physically and mentally, that they're going to have to continue to, develop in as quickly as possible to lock in a role the way that Braden Frager was able to kind of get that 6-man role as the season went on last year.
When we were at the College World Series, you had a tweet about all the different heights of Nebraska, right? And the fact that they had a couple of guys who grew. Lenhart went up to 6'5". Kapke's a 7-footer now. Originally, I think he was 6'11". And I was just looking through. I was like, wow, this is a really big team. They're going to be able to be physical. And I don't think that was a coincidence. I think they knew what they're kind of dealing with in terms of the size and physicality of the Big Ten. And so you look at their shooting ability and their size and, their potential to be really good on defense. Like what is the barrier for this team right now? Like what is stopping them from repeating what they did last season or taking another step?
I mean, I think that it's just once you add, this is true with any offseason, but especially now with the expectations being what they are, what made last year's group so special was the, top to bottom of the roster connectivity, where they all kind of understood and bought into their roles, and no one was selfish. And, what made Nebraska so good was any given night, someone could go off and beat you. Obviously, Price got a lot of the headlines, but there were games when Rink Mouth was dominant. There were games when Jamarcus Lawrence just took over. Braden Frager would just take over. Berke would have a triple-double. You just go down the list of every game. There was almost felt like there was somebody different that rose to the occasion. And so, does this team have that? Obviously, what they have with Price, with Braden. You feel good about the new additions that they have with, Kapke and Lenhart, and Orm and, down the line. But just like any team nowadays, especially in the portal era, you don't really know what a team's all about until they actually face real adversity, when they're not in some controlled practice setting and they're, got a crowd on them and, they're trailing by 4 at the, under 4 timeout. That's when teams either, buckle, or as Nebraska did for the first 20 and beyond last year, they just figured it out and found a way to win when it mattered the most. So that's probably the biggest barriers, compared to last year. Last year's team was so special because of how team first minded everybody on that roster was. And I think that this group has that makeup, and all the things that you hear about practices so far lead to you to believe that. But again, you just don't know until the bullets are flying for real and this team is actually put in a win or lose situation for the very first time.
Switching to football here, I was reading Husker Online and really enjoyed your guys' kind of countdown into the most important Huskers on the football team. Who's I think all of you had Anthony Calandria number 1, and it was very interesting. It was you, Sipple, Abby, and Sean, right? All did it together, and
Yeah.
it was. I really liked how you guys would show individually where you ranked it, and then there would be the average, and then that's where they were put. Was there a player that you had pretty high that you thought, wow, like, you know, why do I think they're so important? The others aren't kind of following along. Is there one guy that you are really honed in on that maybe others aren't?
Well, it was weird because like we'd have like 3 votes all kind of in the same realm, and then somebody would just be like a total outlier. So like
It did happen a lot.
Yeah. So I mean that's kind of part of the fun debate of all those things is, especially with this roster, it's such a guessing game because the reality is that we watch 20 minutes of a individual drill period in the spring. We watch the spring game, and beyond that, no one has laid eyes on this team playing actual football together. And so like, I know these players, I know their names, I know their backgrounds and the recruiting profile and all that, but I've never seen them, play football at the University of Nebraska. And so it's hard to say, how important they are when you have no idea what a guy is with your own eyes and how they fit into this team. So that was made this year maybe as hard as we've ever done these things. So I think that led to a lot of varying votes. But, one that jumped out to me, I probably had Riley Van Poppel as high as maybe anybody. And I think that's just because of, you look at what's the biggest X factor in Nebraska season is the lines and defensive line. Once again, can they stop the run? Can they rush the passer? And Riley Van Poppel, I know they brought in a lot of new names, but he's kind of the established vet in that room. And they've really kind of guided him to be a prominent leader on that defense. And so you can make a case that if he plays well, then you're feeling a whole lot better about Nebraska's defensive line. But, if he struggles, then it's, becomes a bigger question of who else is going to be able to step up. So that's why I kind of put Riley Van Poppel pretty high on my list. I think Sipple had him the lowest. I'm not sure why, but he I think that is, he's just kind of the face of what I view as, once again, the biggest question mark facing Nebraska. Because if you can't stop the runs, we've learned year after year after year, you're going to have a hard time beating anybody.
This might be a wasted question here, but are you interested at all in the backup quarterback battle? I'm interested in it, but I feel like it's just kind of one of those things we've thrown to the side. Is that storyline of, especially with Calandria potentially running the ball as much as you hope he would, it could lead, put yourself in maybe an area where he might get banged up. Is the backup quarterback battle, how interesting is that to you?
Yeah, I mean, if we've learned anything over the last 15 years, is there's, I don't know, maybe very few positions as important as the backup quarterback. Because how many seasons has Nebraska had to turn to the next guy, whether it be for injury or whatever, poor play, and we've seen what happens when Nebraska doesn't have a QB2 ready to go. And so I think the good news for Nebraska is you got 2 guys that in Daniel Kalen and TJ Lateef that you feel decently about, if they had to go play in a game that, it's not going to be this like total fall off a cliff thing. That being said, we all picked Anthony Calandria as our number 1 most important player for a reason. And so he's losing him for any amount of snaps is going to be pretty detrimental, maybe as much as any player on the roster. But I think that who established themselves as QB2 is one of the more important storylines, just because of what I just talked about, but also because, I think there's, I think the assumption was TJ Lateef was just going to be the no-brainer guy, but Daniel Kalen's apparently made it pretty interesting so far. And, he's got college reps, he played in games, started games at Virginia. So, I think that's going to be an intriguing thing that, again, it might get dismissed this time of year, but if there's any lesson we've learned, it's that Nebraska better have a guy ready to go, because more often than not, they're going to need him at some point this fall.
Robin Washut from Husker Online and On 3. Thank you so much for joining us as always, Robin. We will talk to you soon, my friend.
Yep, sounds good, Matt. See you later.
See you. I'm telling you, I mean, I'm keeping my eye on that. I agree with Robin. Like last couple of years, I forget what the stat was specifically, but it was Dylan was the first quarterback to start every single game for the first time since like 2014. And it's just one of those things where it's like, especially if you're going to have Anthony Calandria running the ball a lot, you're going to put him in positions, unfortunately, that, potentially could get him hurt, which that's the risk you run, right? That's the risk versus the reward, right? The reward when you run your quarterback who's athletic as he is that you get those explosive plays. The risk is, you put him in a not necessarily an advantageous position to stay healthy. And so if you're going to do that, which I am totally for, I'm not saying I don't want them to run Calandria. That'd be crazy. That's one of his best skills. But if you're going to do that, the backup quarterback becomes that much more important. I mean, more important than previous years because you run the quarterback so much. So that's a storyline I'm all over. Like not only do I want to see who ends up winning the position, right? If it's Kalen or, if Latif holds serve, but it's also just how much better are they getting? And I think that's going to be very, very important because the last thing you're going to want to do is head into another November with your backup quarterback who's not ready for the moment, and there is an advantage for Nebraska in terms of if Latif ends up winning that job, that he already has started Big Ten football games and he knows what's expected of him. But like Robin mentioned, there was plenty of talk about how Kalen definitely impressed more than maybe people anticipated. And we got to give him credit. He's a guy who's also played Power 5 football. So that's something where I know we're going to have a lot of discussions about the D-line and that group getting better. We're going to have discussions about who's the second cornerback. We're going to have plenty of discussions in terms of starters and positions that they're in. But when it boils down to this is I think the backup quarterback battle is going to be massive. I think it's going to be very interesting to me. And hopefully it doesn't matter. It's one of those battles where it's like, hopefully it doesn't end up being a factor who wins and who ends up getting better. But it's definitely something that I think, especially with the style of play that Calandria has, you got to keep your eye on. All right. We're going to tell you what to put your eye on tonight as what to watch. And
segue.
Dog of the Day coming up next. our awesome partners, the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed, the Prairie Flower Casino hotline, play longer, win more, Prairie Flower Casino, and the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. They take banking personally. Always pick up on the first ring, old man Doug. Want to remind you, this week's Zone half off deal is with Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill. This week's $50 in vouchers for only $25 to Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves pizza with an unforgettable sauce and fresh ingredients and unique combinations of bold flavors. Visit Timber Creek's family-friendly dining environment while enjoying a popular adult beverage. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill, 178th and Harrison. Details online at 1620thezone.com. What are we watching tonight, Josh Watson?
Well, we're watching the World Cup. Imagine hosting the World Cup.
Imagine.
And not being in the tournament anymore. Couldn't be us. U.S.
Could not be.
Portugal and Spain about to kick it off here on Big Fox from Jura World.
That's a big game.
Ronaldo versus Spain.
Penaldo. Because he's always taking penalties. That's how he scores. How about that, huh? How about that?
I get jokes.
Yeah, a little clever.
I'm learning this
game.
Matt
McClever.
And then the main event tonight, 7 o'clock from Seattle on Big Fox. It is USA versus Belgium if they decide to play.
Yeah, now Wayne Rooney. Because Wayne Rooney has always been the smartest guy in the room his entire career. Now he's all pissy. Pierce Morgan was tweeting about it. They're all mad. I love that the Europeans are mad. Get mad at us. Cry about it. Cry about it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, huh? Huh? You going to start a war with us? You lost that one already, England.
A couple of times. Baseball on our TVs, 5:30 MLB Network. It's Astros Nationals. And a late night on FS1, it's Diamondbacks Padres. West Coast NBA action, Seattle and LA, 9 o'clock on USA. Wimbledon's third round concluded earlier today. The fourth round begins tomorrow on ESPN. Matt?
I'm fired up about soccer. Never thought I'd say that.
Wow. All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill your bookmaker. I'm going to rip his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you got to love dogs, right?
All right. We are going with a 3-legger parlay. Okay.
Whoa, this is big. Okay.
Plus 678. We're going to go with the United States to win, obviously.
Yeah.
Then we are going to bet Faloran Balogun to score a goal. And then we have to.
Oh, that'll piss them off.
Then we have to add, we got to add a little bit to it. Because I love this guy. He's one of my favorite soccer players of all time. He's on Belgium's team. But we're going to bet Romelu Lukaku to score a goal today as well.
That's a funny name for a person.
What? Romelu Lukaku? That is such a sick name.
It's a sick
By
name,
the way,
all right.
out of all of like the initial names that I see for the first time that I end up like butchering, Romelu Lukaku is funny. That I just got that.
Yeah,
going.
you can nail that one.
Yeah,
Diego Pavia.
What Pavia? Pavia. That's what I used to say. Pavia. There should be. I mean, we should have done this a long time ago, but we could have like made a compilation of Matt mispronouncing all of the names, and that would have been pretty funny.
They would have.
I'm really good though when it comes to the European names: Ivasic, Vonimir, Merkovic.
It's the hockey player.
It really is the hockey player. Sith goes, that's a hilarious name. Romelu Lukaku, by the way, is like it is like standard almost in soccer. Like they get way worse than that, than Romelu Lukaku. Like there was a guy that they called a very famous Brazilian soccer player. His name was Kaká. That's what little kids call poop.
That's what the Brazilian team's calling their team right now.
Yeah.
Imagine being Brazil or Mexico and not being in this tournament anymore.
You think Brazil is handling their loss well today?
I imagine Rio is on fire.
The movie? That was a good movie.
I haven't seen the photos or video to confirm, but I imagine they've burnt the country to the ground.
Well, I hope they didn't. It's just a game, guys, until you lose.
Yeah.
Then you get.
And then we don't even care about it after we lose. We just move on to the next thing.
That's the thing. If the United States were to lose tonight, everyone would be like, justice. And we'd be like, I never think of you at all. I never think of you.
This is just something to kick the can down the road for football season.
Middays with Matt. That was fun today. Welcome back to vacation from me. Can't wait for Josh Otton to take his vacation. That'll be awesome for you.
It's coming. I guess.
going to be a fun week. We have a lot of football to talk about, a lot of soccer to talk about, a lot of things to do this week. So let's get to it. But let's go to USC and the crossover coming up next here on Middays with Matt.